Yes, Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for another day of reasoning. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. That thy name is near, thy wondrous works do declare. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went down unto our beard. Even Aaron's beard that went down unto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountain of Zion, from where the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari, the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of all flesh. How thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord. Keep and sanctify us all. Because thy holy face will shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, where 2 and 3 gathered in his name, he's there, said the Black Christ. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. Do give thanks, and in keeping it our tradition, we like to call on Honorable Queen Mother Empress Maisie to bless us with a chorus. Honorable Empress Miriam, your phone, you unmute your phone.
Unmute for her now. Check.
I cannot unmute for her. She has to unmute. And we are live streaming.
Hearing me now?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, I just have a problem with this phone. Yes. Give thanks, my Lord. Give thanks, Honorable Chair. Give thanks again. Councils of elders, family, as we gather together. Give thanks for the Sabbath gone by. and give thanks, for the
You're
first
sounding
beginning.
like you're far off. Is it my phone or everyone sounding like she far off?
My Lord, anything can go on with that phone, it's just impossible. You see, you're hearing me now?
All right, yeah, we are here. We are work with that.
Yes, my Lord. I just greetings ones and ones and welcome, each and every one again to another period of reasoning. Give thanks to Jah who carry us through, and asking him to guide us through the 6 days work ahead of us. Thanks, Jah, for life and the mighty life giver. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah,
Yeah, Rastafari.
Rastafari. I'm a new creation. I'm a brand new woman. Old things have passed away, and I am born again, more than a conqueror. That's who I am. I'm a new creation. I'm a brand new woman. Yes, I'm a new creation. I'm a brand new man. Old things have passed away, and I am born again, more than a conqueror. So who I am. I'm a new creation. I'm a brand new man. I'm a new creation. I'm a brand new woman. Old things have passed away, and I am born again, more than a conqueror. So who I am. I'm a new creation. I'm a brand new woman. And in a holy Mount Zion, Zion high, Lord holy Mount Zion, Zion, Jovia, Jah.
Rastafari.
Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, back to the chair. Give thanks.
Honorable Empress, do give thanks. And we'd like the Honorable Seven-Star General Priest Earl to give a word of welcome this morning. Majesty bless my Lord. Unmute your mic, Priest Earl. Ja, Earl, you hear me? If you hear me, unmute your mic.
Here.
Yes, my Lord. You can give a welcoming word this morning, please.
Yes, Honorable Chair, Royal Family. Yeah, man, the greatest moment, today is the greatest time, today is the best day, forever, the thanks to life, And to I, Father, ever said, I win out, man. I just love if you love yourself, Because if you check out the Trinity, we have there, man. You see, yes, the thanks, the sun ball to rule by day, represent I, Father. Thanks to the moon, and also the star, represent the mother, and also the children, through by night. So, see how the Trinity live, just one in three, and three in one. So the man say, we know, man, I just live good amongst the one I did at the because I just one work, man. And the man said, it's finished, because it's trying. Now in Zion, man, with God, I see,
Rastafari.
one perfect love, royal family. Give thanks, bless
Honorable, give thanks, my Lord. Call on the Honorable Empress Trisha to give us a roll call.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks
Blessed
to
love,
Honorable Chairman, Honorable Prince
Majesty.
Ainsley, for always being here. Give thanks to all ones coming in as we move forward in today's presentation. Roll call for April 6th, 2025, 12:25 p.m. Honorable Leading Empress Miriam,
Blessed love, give thanks and honor.
Honorable Leading Empress Lily Mae Duncanson,
Blessed love to one and all.
Honorable Priest Ainsley, Chairman,
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Earl, Honorable Priest Nappy,
Heart of love, family.
Honorable Priest Rasavana,
Blessed prison.
Honorable Priest Seven,
Blessed love Israel.
Honorable Priest Ilamna,
Blessed love, royal family.
Honorable Priest Germain,
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Prophet Ijasa,
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
and did I miss anyone? Myself, Honorable Empress Tricia, let the record reflect that there are 11 members at the present of today's meeting. Also to let ones know that we are live streaming on I Just Started Mindset as well as the EABIC Elders Council YouTube station. If thanks. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, and back to the chair.
Majesty bless. Honorable Empress. With a call on Priest Earl, you have any report on the health care program? Any update?
Wife.
My Lord. Honorable Priest Earl.
And maybe he stepped away. I do have a small update.
Okay.
The Council of Elders have invested in t-shirts, and we are now selling t-shirts, and all of the proceeds will be going to the elder care program. I will post the pictures a little later of what the t-shirts look like. And we ask the family that if you're interested in purchasing any t-shirts, that you can contact any member of the council, any senior priests, and or myself to get a t-shirt in your size. But we do have about 5 different styles, and all, as I said, all the proceeds are going to the elder care program. If thanks.
Blessed love and praise. Give thanks for all progress, moving through, one cocoa for the basket. At this moment, and if at that juncture, we'd like to reaffirm our tithes report. Remember, we were all supposed to be on a 3-month savings from January to March, and then March, we will have sent it to the Honorable Priest, our account, or to Priest Nappy. He can, if you have the account, we're going to put it up later on. So we say, wherever you are, because they put $100 a month, and at the end of 3 months, each person sending $300. if it's more than one person in that island or country, you could pull up the money and send it in. So, we'd like to see all tithes coming in by this week. So Sunday we could make a report. Yeah, the chief CFO, Chief Finance Officer, could make a report, and we will be expecting that tithes to come in again April, May, June. At the end of June, we want every member, can put in that required amount, or if you have more, or if you have less. But just constant every 3 months, we put in a dividend. So little by little, it can make up a number wherein now we can finance our ideas. Honorable Priest Nappy, I dread will be sending it in tomorrow, please God, bright and early. Me and Priest Seven Stites. And we pray that the rest of the planet can, fill it up by this week, because we keep talking money talk, and sometimes we might not have the big waka waka, but the twos and fews certainly adds up. So we are calling on each and everyone to fulfill that commitment, by the end of this week. So Sunday coming, the Honorable Chief Finance Officer could give us a report. Hopefully, if everyone putting in a little mickle or a muckle, my Lord and Empress. Any feedback on that? Any words on that? Anyone want to declare or anything? My Lord and Empress.
Chair, my Lord. Well, so far we've been very slow on it. We're not seeing nothing coming as yet, per se. I, for one, make sure that I fulfill my one already. And I did give that information to Empress Trisha.
Right.
So I make sure I fulfill my 300. So all of the ones that serious, they don't just make it be a byword, brethren. Let's take it serious, because the only way we can fulfill all our visions them that we have is by the things we put together and do. We know it's rough, but sometimes you have to draw back. You say you dep on the road and you say you stop and buy a water, or you buy this and that more time, You try to carry a water and save that for funds that we usually spend out there, Little. Really, so it's it, my lord, My lord, give thanks.
My Lord. I already have me and Priest Seven's dividends at hand. It's just meant to go by the MoneyGram and send it out, please. So again, we word of encouragement to the rest of the panel, the rest of the group. We can't look to no one but ourselves. See, so give thanks. Now we have up on the screen the T-shirts the Empress spoke about. Yeah, them can look at it. That one, they look nice too.
Good chair. Can I just say something also? We just make
Most
sure,
definitely.
through we attack finance. We made sure that we transfer $600 also to the Empress League. So the Empress League account, right? Empress is supposed to have all that information. So we did make a commitment to some funds that we had gotten a good while ago from, I don't exactly remember where, but it was always there. We never spend the funds at all. And we think by right, the Empress League, it was just sitting there. So return over that funds to the Empress League, which was $600. My Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, my Lord.
Give thanks to the accountability, my Lord. Rastafari.
Blessed heart of uprising, my lords and empress.
Blessed Lord,
Yes, sir.
sister.
Give thanks for this day. Give thanks for the Sabbath gone by. I need to know the account information so I can know where to MoneyGram or Western Union this money to, so I can make sure I'm sending it to the right platform. Give thanks.
Thanks,
Rastafari. So before, at the end of the reasoning, we're gonna put up the account. So I want to make a copy of it and see better.
And I was smiling with the topic where I see you had the ones had up the myth, because I did a study just 3 days ago about this same myth. Because when you cross the Y, you put IES and you shuffle it again, that is a high stem. And how when they change it into the word system is what creating the earthquakes and the tornadoes. Because I went into a study of it and I see the whole revelation, how they move it from a high stem to the word system. So I was smiling this morning when I see this topic. I say, I got joy.
Blessed.
To
As
the
Empress
chair.
Kisham,
Ishmael.
Blessed.
bless. Yeah, there's Empress Kisham.
Kishmet.
Ishmael.
Okay.
Listening?
Give thanks. Yeah,
Kismet.
give thanks.
Kismet.
Give thanks to hear your voice. Long time we don't hear your voice. So welcome,
Bless-
welcome. Give thanks. Rastafari.
Chair.
Yes, Empress.
Welcome, Priest Brown. Honorable Priest Brown.
The love, Priest Brown. Honorable.
Okay, to the chair. The
Yes,
t-shirts,
Empress.
the t-shirts are on the screen.
Okay. So ones and ones could see and you can make your order to the Honorable Empress, our beloved Tech, that you could purchase what you would like. You know. How much for one, Empress?
It's on the screen, 25. It's on the screen,
25 US?
US.
All right. So 25 US for one of these t-shirts. Not bad. You know.
And
It's
all
just when
proceeds
it gets
to the elder care program.
okay. So this donation will be going to the elder care program, Empress.
Yes, my lord.
Okay. Give thanks for, you know.
We have already sold several t-shirts also.
Okay. Give thanks for all success, you know, meditation and, you know, the skillful maneuvering, you know, in creating something out of nothing. Give thanks again. Rastafari. Blessed love. And you know, I see a thing, I reason the other day, how we are accustomed saying poor and have nots. And I see a different spin to it. They say, instead of we thinking like a monetary, it was poor in understanding and have not the knowledge. Poor in understanding and have not the knowledge. And that's what the Black Christ teachment come to uplift. You know? Yeah. Give us knowledge and understanding. Most High Selassie, Rastafari. So without any further delay, we'll go into our topic this morning. And you can continue, you can go on with the video, Empress.
Hello and welcome to Philosophy Vibe, the channel where we discuss and debate different philosophical ideas. Today we're going to be looking into the theological theory of pantheism. Fascinating. Now, pantheism is a very unique approach to theism within the philosophy of religion. To give a brief summary, pantheism is the belief that God is in fact the universe. A pantheist rejects the idea of a transcendent God. A pantheist rejects the belief that God is something separate from the universe, that God is something above and beyond the cosmos. Rather, God and the universe are the same thing. The universe is God. The two are identical. Everything around us, the totality of reality, is the divine. God is everything and everything is God. I see. Now, the typical monotheistic religions see God as a personal God. By personal, we mean a God that has personhood, has its own identity, speaks in the first person, and shows emotion. A personal God is often depicted in an anthropomorphic way, given human-like qualities, not just in looks but in personality too. We hear of God's love, God's wrath, God's mercy, etc. Yes, pantheism completely stands against this concept. Whilst pantheism is a theistic belief, or some may refer to it as a deistic belief, God is not seen in a personal way. Rather, the very reality we are in, everything we see, even the deep dark corners of the universe, this is God. Interesting. Pantheism has been around for many years. It can be said to have been included in a number of religions and mythologies over the centuries. It was in fact made prominent in the West by the philosopher Baruch Spinoza, among many others. Now, pantheism itself is quite a broad belief system, encompassing many different beliefs and theories within the one overarching doctrine. The purpose of this video is to give a broad look at the strengths of pantheism as a spiritual belief, as well as look at some of the philosophical problems that arise within this branch of theism. Great. Okay, I would like to propose three main arguments that show pantheism as the most logical and valid form of theism for one to adopt. The first is the classical religious approach. The second is the personal or individual approach, and the third is the scientific approach. Okay, starting with the classical religious approach. In traditional theism, God is described as being omnipresent. God is everywhere at all times. Now really, how can one distinguish from God being omnipresent in our reality to God actually being all of reality? What exactly is the difference? To say that God is everywhere all the time is to say that God is everywhere all the time. God is everything. This is then the pantheist approach. More so, classical theism adopts God as omniscient, meaning God knows everything. He has all knowledge of the past, the present, and the future simultaneously. Again, this is a type of temporal omnipresence, being all of time and all of space at once. Again, this is pretty much identical to the pantheist approach. If God is reality, then God is time, God is space, God is the whole cosmos at every moment, past, present, and future, a very rational development to the classical theist approach. Very interesting. Also, the classical theists will often claim that the universe is dependent on the existence of God. God has to exist for the universe to exist, making the universe a part of God, basically synonymous. The logical next step is to equate the two. If God must exist for the universe to exist, then the universe does not seem like something separate from God, but in fact seems part of God, leading to the pantheistic approach. Yes, I understand. Moving on to the personal or individual approach. Many people often have a numinous experience by just seeing or experiencing parts of reality. It happens when we see a beautiful view of nature or a magnificent sight of the stars. We can feel it when we embrace the love of another person or even in a deep state of meditation. Many people say that they have felt God, or maybe just felt an extraordinary feeling. This experience is like an awareness of being part of something greater, and what better way to explain it than the simple fact that we are part of something greater. We are part of God. God is all of us and everything else. We are all part of the same infinite entity. Yes, I see. And finally, the scientific approach. The trouble with any traditional theology is that God is seen as being outside the universe, beyond space and time. Science then has no place in the affirmation or discovery of such a being, as science is solely the study of the empirical and observable universe. Any talk outside of human experience can be seen as redundant. However, should we agree that God is the universe itself, we can now inject meaning into this discussion. Right. So on a cosmic level, should we see the universe, or perhaps the multiverse, as actually infinite, something that has always existed, did not come into existence and will not cease to exist, can create matter ex nihilo and is responsible for all the laws of nature, then this definition of the universe seems identical to the traditional belief in God, and we have good grounds to view the two as identical. Very interesting. You have raised some great points as to why pantheism seems a reasonable and perhaps logical approach to theism. It almost functions as a great middle point between religion and spirituality and science. Yes, exactly. However, I want to now look at some of the philosophical problems with this theistic approach. Very well. Focusing first on the classical religious approach, I do not really see a difference between pantheism and atheism. What do you mean?
Even if kitchen chaos has got you sweating, shipping costs shouldn't.
Pantheism rejects a personal god, so does atheism. Pantheism rejects an anthropomorphic god, so does atheism. Pantheism accepts the physical universe and only the physical universe, so does atheism. So where exactly is the difference? Schopenhauer claimed that pantheism is only a euphemism for atheism, and to call the world God is not to explain it, it is only to enrich our language with a superfluous synonym for the word. I am inclined to agree. An atheist rejects God as the creator of the universe. They just accept that the universe exists. The pantheist has the exact same line of thought, but has just renamed the universe to God. This is just a linguistic difference and nothing more. There is nothing that separates God from everything else in our universe, so why even make the distinction? Pantheism and atheism ultimately remain the same thing. I don't think this is necessarily true. Atheism is the rejection of God, whereas pantheism is saying that God is the universe. I'm sorry, I don't see what the difference is. I believe the difference will come down to consciousness. For the universe to be God, it means that the universe needs to possess a type of consciousness. Atheism would reject any form of consciousness outside a physical living body, whereas pantheism can reach out to consciousness as a way to bolden the theistic element of the belief. So, according to the pantheists, the universe has consciousness. The universe itself has its own thoughts and feelings. Not in a personal way with its own identity like a classical personal god, but rather in a higher level. I'm not sure I understand. Okay, firstly, let me reiterate that pantheism encompasses a wide set of beliefs, so there will be differentiations. However, a popular pantheistic approach to the universe's consciousness comes under the panpsychism approach. What is panpsychism? So, panpsychism is the idea that consciousness, or you can say mind-like qualities, exist everywhere in the universe, in all things all the time. However, there are different levels and degrees of consciousness. The tiniest, most fundamental element of matter, right down to the subatomic level, also known as monads, will contain conscious qualities. However, these monads will vary in degrees of conscious strength. How conscious something is depends on how complex the entity is and how many strong conscious monads the entity contains. So, an inanimate object like a rock will have very weak conscious monads. A plant, slightly increasing in complexity, will contain slightly stronger conscious monads. An insect, a more complex organism, will then have slightly stronger conscious monads. An animal, even stronger conscious monads, and a human will of course have very strong conscious monads. This does make perfect sense, as we can see varying degrees of consciousness and sentience throughout our natural world. We can even go so far as to say humans themselves contain varying degrees of conscious monads, giving rise to the existence of supergeniuses. Right. Now, the universe as a whole, the most complex and greatest entity, contains the total sum of all monads that exist, as well as the power to create these monads, which would make the universe the highest form of consciousness possible. Again, this is exactly how we understand the classical concept of God, but we are breaking it down to a more empirical understanding. God is therefore the total sum of all consciousness in the universe. It is not separate from the universe, it is the universe, but it obtains a greater level of consciousness, which means pantheism is vastly differentiated from atheism. Okay, but this idea of monads still seems like a wild belief. Perhaps, but I would say they are a physical belief rather than a metaphysical belief, and something we can hope for science to answer one day. Very well, but from here we run into the problems for the personal approach. How so? If our consciousness is just part of a bigger complex entity, then how is it we have developed our own personhood with our own identity? I feel like my own person, my own thoughts, my own feelings, my own beliefs, my own emotions. I do not feel like my consciousness is part of anything else or is joined to anything else. I do not feel like my mind is part of a greater mind. But how would you know if it was? Would we not be able to share conscious experiences, to be more mentally linked and mentally synced? Perhaps, but that is by no means self-evident. But surely this idea will undermine the concept of personhood, and if we are all part of this hive mind, does that imply that I do not think for myself, that my thoughts are somehow controlled by this supreme consciousness? I suppose you can do what you will, but you cannot will what you want. Then this causes huge problems for the ideas of free will as well as personal identity. I agree, but I do not think this is grounds to dismiss the theory. Also, if you claim that you have this complex consciousness and you are undoubtedly part of the universe, then how can a part be more complex than the whole? Surely, if you possess this complexity, then the totality would be infinitely more complex. A quick note before we finish, if you would like to help support the channel, then please take a look at our merchandise store. We have some great philosophical merch that you will love. Also, the script to this video is part of the Philosophy of Religion ebook on Amazon, so make sure you check that out. And thank you to everyone who's helped support this channel so far. You were amazing and we really appreciate it. But that's all the time we have for now. Thank you for watching, we hope you enjoyed the vibe. And what does everyone else think? Who
My Lord and Empress. Very interesting point of view moving forward. Any comments on that video, my Lord and Empress? What do I them think of it?
It is just really to set them through the chair, Honorable. It's just really to set the mindset of the discussion that is coming now. The discussion that is coming now is going to pick all of that was said apart and give it to us in various different dimensions. Blessed.
Okay. So continue, Empress. We need readers.
I got you.
Okay.
The concept of resurrection or coming back to life after death has roots in ancient Egyptian and Canaanite religions with stories of dying and rising gods like Osiris and Baal, and later developed within Judaism and Christianity. One of the earliest written Jewish references to resurrection in the Bible is found in the book of Isaiah, which discusses a future era, perhaps a time of final judgment, in which the dead would rise and be subject to God's ultimate justice. Quote, "Your dead shall live, their corpses shall rise," Isaiah's prophecies. The intent of the allegory of resurrection, particularly in a religious context, is to convey hope, power, and the promise of eternal life and a new beginning, often symbolizing the triumph of good over evil and the potential for renewal and restoration. Here's a more detailed explanation. Hope and a new beginning. The resurrection, whether literal or symbolic, offers hope for a future beyond death and suffering, suggesting a chance for a new, better life. Divine power and triumph. The act of rising from the dead is often seen as a demonstration of divine power and the ability to overcome death and its consequences, symbolizing the victory of good over evil. Theological significance. The resurrection can be interpreted as a fulfillment of the prophecies, a sign of God's faithfulness, and a confirmation of a new covenant or relationship with humanity. Symbolic renewal. In various contexts, resurrection can symbolize the renewal of nature, the restoration of a lost or damaged state, or the transformation of individuals through faith and spiritual growth. Examples in different contexts. Christianity. The resurrection of Jesus is a central tenet, signifying his victory over death and offering hope of eternal life to believers. Other religions. Some religions have similar concepts of resurrection or reincarnation, which can be understood as a symbolic representation of renewal or the continuation of life in a different form. Nature. The cyclical nature of seasons, with death and decay followed by rebirth and growth, can be seen as a natural allegory of resurrection. In Judaism, the idea of resurrection first emerges in the 3rd century BC in the Book of Watchers, and in the 2nd century BC, the Book of Daniel. The later possibly as a belief in the resurrection of the soul alone, which was then developed by the Pharisees as a belief in bodily resurrection, an idea completely alien to the Greeks. Egyptian beliefs. Ancient Egyptians believed in the possibility of immortality and resurrection, with pharaohs hoping to achieve it through embalming and mummification rituals, similar to those used to resurrect Osiris. Greek mythology. While ancient Greek religion generally emphasized immortality, the mythos included stories of individuals who were resurrected from the dead, becoming physically immortal. Influence on other religions. These ancient beliefs and practices likely influenced the development of resurrection ideas in other religions, including Judaism and Christianity. Dying and rising gods. In ancient Near Eastern religions, particularly in Egyptian and Canaanite cultures, there were cults centered around gods who died and were resurrected, such as Osiris and Baal. These myths often tied into the agricultural cycle, with the death and rebirth of the god symbolizing the cycle of nature. The allegory of Christ being tempted for 40 days in the wilderness, a key narrative in the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, originated in the New Testament and depicts Jesus's spiritual preparation and testing by the devil after his baptism. Here's a more detailed explanation. Biblical context. The story of Jesus' temptation in the wilderness is found in the Gospel of Matthew chapter 4, verse 1 to 11, Mark chapter 1, verses 12 and 13, and Luke chapter 4, verses 1 to 13. The setting. After being baptized by John the Baptist, Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness where he fasted for 40 days and nights. The temptations. During this time, Satan approached Jesus and attempted to tempt him with three distinct temptations. 1, turning stones into bread. 2, leaping from the temple and worshiping him for dominion over all kingdoms. Jesus' response: Jesus resisted each temptation, responding with scripture and unwavering faith in God. Symbolism: the 40 days of fasting and temptation are often seen as a period of spiritual preparation and a parallel to the Israelites' 40 years in the wilderness. Significance: the story highlights the significance of fasting, the challenge of temptation, and the victory of faith. Lent. The 40 days of Lent, a period of spiritual preparation in the Christian calendar, rooted in the biblical narrative of Jesus' time in the wilderness. No single equivalent. African spirituality is diverse, encompassing various traditions and beliefs across the continent. Therefore, there isn't a single universally recognized African spirituality version of the 40-day temptation. Focus on trials and tests. Instead of a specific period of temptation, many African traditions emphasize the importance of facing trials and challenges as opportunities for growth and strengthening one's connection to the spiritual realm. Spiritual warfare. Some traditions incorporate the concept of spiritual warfare, where individuals may be confronted with negative forces or influences that test their faith and resilience. Practices for protection and strength. Various practices such as rituals, prayers, and the use of protective objects are employed to ward off negative influences and strengthen one's spiritual defenses. Life transitions. Rituals and practices often accompany significant life events such as births, deaths, and marriages to help individuals navigate these transitions and maintain spiritual balance. Illness and suffering. In some traditions, illness or hardship can be seen as a sign of spiritual imbalance or a test of faith, leading to rituals and practices aimed at restoring harmony and healing. Social and political struggles. African communities have often faced social and political challenges, and spiritual practices have played a role in providing resilience and guidance during these times of hardship. In summary, while there isn't a direct parallel to the 40-day temptation, African spirituality emphasizes the importance of facing trials and challenges as opportunities for spiritual growth and strengthening one's connection to the spiritual realm, often with the guidance of ancestors and other spiritual beings. Wow.
Yeah, give thanks.
Yes, spiritual beings. The end. Give thanks. Bless the Lord.
Honorable Chair.
My Lord, yes, I. So with these information, this is where we end the discussion could write out now, my Lord.
Honorable, yes, we can start introduce, questions,
So,
statements.
right. So the floor open for any questions or comments based on the information that we was just privileged to hear, to be read about, my Lord and Emperor. What the item take on it? Anyone? Well,
To the chair. To the chair.
yes, yes, please.
Family. On the Sunday mornings, I would suggest I and I have a little notepad and a pen, something to write with. And kind of when we're listening to the videos and the narrative, you know, jot down whatever comes across your mind as questions, concerns, anything that's not clear, any statements that might arise out of the topic. So we can share together our, our understanding, our intuition, our ideals that come to I and I. Since I have the floor, let me just start off with my understanding or my humble interpretation of some of what was just shown. Starting with the first video, pantheism, the belief or the view, let's use the word view, the view that all that exists is God, all that exists is divine, meaning that there is no separate entity within existence that is not linked to God. So it's showing you right across the board now that a lot of what we have been taught coming up to separate divine spirit of God from our existence, from the universe, and as the documentary said, the multiverse. Even within its context, it shows you that science, even science is approving that concept that God is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnipotent. He knows all things at all times within the same one thought process, as it explained. So the omnipotence of God, or omniscience of God, is the unique ability to have past memory, present, and future all at once. And to contain that, the expression of the multiverse is the revelation of that. Yeah. So in that context, it's simply saying that God is everything, everywhere, at all times. If we agree or don't agree, it's up to I and I understanding of what God is. And that is what we are here to kind of ascertain within this discussion. How we, in general, as a people, see God in its essence. Listen, Lord.
My Lord, magic. Yeah. You hearing me good, my lad? You hearing me good?
Yes, my Lord.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, honorable royal family, one perfect love again. Yeah, me they kind of on the road a little bit, so yeah, me just come off of the road. Yes, so when it come on now to just the word God, right? Um, 3/4 of the world are people, because this is I wouldn't say just Christianity, but just the belief, of a spirit God that is out of the individual who is believing, right? Yeah, I find out say, when you say God now, it frame around these people, right? who feel like they have more power, more knowledge, more understanding when it comes on to the God. Because sometimes when them see the Rasta man, and the Rasta woman, yes, respect, but they want to make more noise, like them have more authority when it comes on to, the power of the Almighty or the power of God, them not seeing that the earth is, Rastafari, the earth is the Lord, and the fullness thereof. You know what I mean? Yes, everything, whether you want to say, all right, the positive, but the negative is right there because as one that said the current, the electricity. If you take off the negative, pull off of the battery, it won't work, although it's still attached to the positive. So it is a circle, you know what I mean? Yes, it is a energy. So give thanks here and I, Baba Shanti, because I'm not Baba Shanti alone, but Rastafari, I listen to some youth already upon one internet thing and them touch everything that was right, whether what is going on in the world, whether the plan, whether they have thing, whether them have, I mean, I try to shoot, the sky with the harp, out. Everything that these youth touch was on point. You see it? Yes, so, nothing new, as I say, but sometimes the world of people now sit there and if you sit down and fret. You see it? Because they make it look like the ancestors are separated from high and I who are living. You see it? And nothing new. It is only just a circle of a negative pole and a positive pole. You see it? And one can't do without one. So I give thanks, for the energy of God. The least you don't want one of these little one, as I and I father did teach us. I him do it, And the man said we couldn't speak about Parai, we in Ethiopia. And near I, our right ear, where we could have said, and every empress do that for us, and every priest do that for us. And it manifests. You see? And then we are going to look at that individual now, like that greater power is not within, high and I, Yeah, we'll come again, one perfect love royal family.
Give thanks and ever praise. Any other one would like to say something?
Blessed love.
Blessed love.
Yes, when you really look at that word myths, right? It it's more like of a history of supernatural beings. Like the Bible say ye are like gods, right? We just see the shots come forward, the printing of the shots. Every creation and invention is God's, right? But there's one more different, which is the most high God. You have nothing higher than him. But all of us are gods. No. When you read in Genesis 1 and they start to talk about, and God create this, these were gods that were sent to do specific things. One for the light, one for the dark. You have to look at it in that perspective. These all represents the myths. The myths is just mystical. We all are creators, inventors, come here to do the works, whatever King Emmanuel has set for us to do. We are gods that are here to perform the works. Blessed love.
Right here.
Bless. Majesty, my Lord. Yeah. Well, even from a take from my point of view, when they speak of the first topic, pangeration, if I'm pronouncing it properly, um, we see His Majesty in the speech tell us that religion has failed.
It was set up to keep mankind on a higher path, a moral path. But through the shortcomings of flesh, they start use it for their own benefit and aggrandizement. So this is why he tells us now spirituality is the network between the man and God in him, the universe at large, and each other. So I understand that as to say God is in everything. The water, the food, the air, the fruit, flesh, God, that living force, that creative force, that creative power rests in us all. Now some of us try to rise that power and strengthen that power within us. Some of us leave him dormant, and some of us fight against the power by our words, thoughts, and deeds, from a left point of view. So His Majesty give us the full clearance to how I see it, wherein He shows us the see God in everything. Most High, Celestia, yeah. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Floor is open.
Yes, Royal Chair. I'll look a brief moment again. Yes, there is a little difference between the Almighty. I saw find out the word talk. Like them are talking about a different individual than the gods. Although them don't want to speak about the God, then them that speak about the one man may praise are the Almighty God. These are the words that they use. So there's a separation from the God and the Almighty. And I thought that it was one entity we are speaking about. I pray this.
My Lord, we thank for
So
your
the
keen
chair.
understanding. Yes, Lord, I will pray.
Yeah. When I look, we're listening to the program a while. They say one was saying that God is in everything and all around. And then on one side, it says that God is, on another level, you know. I see it where the two of them is combined. And that's the difference with Rastafari. We take the God out of the sky per se and put back the responsibility in a man's heart, and that is how we become gods. It's we become one with that unity, with that out and inner unity. It's not just an outing and just on the outskirts. It's also on the inside also. That's why the man said greater in you than with the inner the world. So when you combine those two forces, that is when you come to the fullness of God. When you can say, same way, God in everything. Because once you say that now, say you have a responsibility. So you working with that. That means you have to make sure so that don't be destroyed. You do everything that help to build back the earth and, keep everything in an upright way. Live in love, harmony, all of them things there is the fruit of what you say would be godliness. So it's not just saying that God is out there and within your leave yourself outside and don't find yourself accountable. Because as a youth, I remember clearly 4 or 5 year old. I don't remember where me to do. I hide and my granny look for me. And my granny said, Mikey, no care where I hide anywhere you hide, God can't see. And that I remember wake me up and say, boy, if God can't see me anywhere, me go and do anything me do, then guess what? Can't do no folly. So I got done with the folly as a little you. And see a very early age, me say, I gotta try live good and do good. If God the wrong, because me actually in a reality I accept God in myself still because You know, it's like my find say there's a responsibility within you now, not just on the outskirt, but within you to manifest that way. You know what I mean? And then the fruit of that now, you know what I mean, of godliness. So it's about combining the two, my lad. That's how I see it, Majesty.
To the chair.
Yes, Honorable Empress. Bless.
So I just have a small question. Give thanks. So what I'm hearing is that there are two forces, right? Of God. Is so? And you have one force is outside and one force inside.
Oh, the one said way and four said way.
Maybe
The
because
one four.
Make us finish, please. Make us finish our class.
because
Okay.
what me a meditator when me sometimes I not get it straight, so that's why me ask question, right? To get answer. Some man no acknowledge say God is within, you know. Because if you acknowledge that God is within, then you try to do what's all about God, right? I think they're just looking on the forces outside, right? And then I continue to say, God is within the heart, and anything that you meditate that is wrong or right. It's God already know everything that you're going to do and say. So that's why may I ask now that me about the two forces, may I ask again, forces of God is inside of you, and one is outside running about, right? Help me, oh.
Yes, Mama. Yes, Mama. So, all right. You finish the talk? You finish the full talk, yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Honorable Chair.
Go ahead, please.
No, I didn't want to jump on and say it, you know. I was just hearing the conversation. 'Cause I know only for soldier there.
Yeah.
If there is no response, then I will jump.
So the Empress pose up meditation, of God the internal and the God outside, round and about.
Mm-hmm.
So what the item think? Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Everybody input is very important. We look forward to hear each and everyone. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Our the lead Russ Savannah for answer that. Yes, you see, they said in out, cause the outer space is our inner space. You know what I mean? When you're looking outer space, you find you're looking in yourself, Nothing is out. Anything you see out, just like I said, the heaven declare the glory, and the firmament show it is on the earth. So above, so below, right? So it is not even two entities we are talking about. We just want to connect the one thing with the other. Not I and I as Rasta, because we should even make this confuse I and I, because as you hear the honorable priest not be clear, right? We don't put the Almighty within us. You see it? We don't want to separate the Almighty from the God that is within us. You see it, because the Almighty they don't say, the least you don't want to one of these little one and you do it and too. So where Rastafari come do is make, everything become within man when you know yourself. So the Almighty now become a part of us. And then when you do not know, you could have look and see the glory of the universe that is all around also. And know so this is also a part of in us. Because the Empress said, greater in I and I than in the world. Yeah, let's make it short and spicy. One person.
Yeah, to the chair then.
My Lord.
Yeah. The duality. Duality of expression. The duality. Right. Everything about our existence on this human plane as a duality. The Honorable Priest earlier alluded to that previously when we first spoke about the use electricity as the analogy. You know, if you disconnect the negative from the negative pole of the battery, that will run for and shut down. Cannot continue because that negative, the continuation is the circle of the energy. Well, it's the same in understanding, you know, the Almighty. That is where the whole concept of pantheism comes in, where it is saying that everything is God. So that would mean, and Mama, this is addressing your question. That would mean that what is outside and what is inside is part of one fullness. That's what it is alluding to. The universe or the multiverse. Everything we see are part of it. Because the chemical structure of matter, of all things that exist physical, are similar. We have a similar profile. You know, oxygen, whatever, all the do. We are made up of the same. So we are part of the same fullness. That is what that is the heights of consciousness as the video was talking about. If you remember in the video when the other character was posing the opposite side now of the omnipotence of God, it showed you that illustration right there, balancing everything out. Seeing God is in everything. God is all things. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament show it is handiwork. And that is where the higher consciousness comes in to understand that the regular or the normalcy of one is to see God as an esoteric energy, something above themselves, separate from themselves, something that they have to prostrate to. See, and I have a little piece coming out shortly that kind of expresses that in our fullness. See, where we look outside of ourselves for that existence, which is where now the greatness of King Emmanuel comes in. That's why we always say that no matter what I want, them can't change the greatness of the Christ because the works of the Christ stand predominant. He brought, as Priest Napi said, religion out of the sky, out of that supernatural world to a natural world, where now we could aspire for it, to it, and attain it. Where divinity is not something beyond us, but part of us. It's just for us to access that divinity or to activate it. That's the word. It's just for I and I to activate that divinity. That's why spirituality feeds our divinity. You know? That's why we love drum sound, we love chanting, we love certain, let's use the word rituals. The energy of certain rituals feed the divine energy because it's one force, it's one source. So it's interconnected. That's why no matter how one is opposite to Rasta and them come within the space of Rasta and a service is going on, drum sound, a chant. No matter how from them stand up there for a period of time or sit down there, no matter how them try to suppress it, them toe jerking, them knee jerking before you know it, that you watch them foot, it shaking, it moving to the rhythm, them can't stop it. If them sit down there long enough, they cannot stop it because it is one and part of the same vibration. We're a part of the same multiversal energy that exists. My Lord and Empress.
Yes, my Lord. So if we have so we see how we can tie in all those different theories and see the full practicality where Jah come teach you. Man of right is God himself. One of right is God. And it's more than just a title, but it comes with a responsibility. It comes with an expected mannerism, you know? So, yes, my Lord and my
Through the
so,
chair. And with that, through the chair, man. With that said, let's tie it in back now to the resurrection. Because all of this is setting a platform for us to look at the Christ energy and that whole allegory and how it applies to our reality today in this time and space. See, so as we reflect and as we define, what the energy of God is in its essence, let's now, see how we can tie it in back now to that reality as we go through. See, Empress, you can go into the second segment of this information here. Ones and ones can ask questions still, through the chair, honorable chair back to the eye.
Through the chair, Honorable Majesty.
Honorable Pre-Signs, your mic.
yeah, I listen to my phone was acted up. Yes, my Lord.
Through the
Honorable
chair,
Priest,
man.
no.
Blessed my Lord,
Pre-Signs,
man, to discuss.
Yes, my
Pre-Signs,
Lord.
yeah.
Give thanks, give thanks. Thanks to this day of reasoning. Give thanks to life today, the manifestation of life in all of us. Part of my lateness, me up on the road with mommy, so I get a little break. Interesting topics and information, We give thanks to this moment in time and call it the information age, where a lot of things that were hidden from us, keep us in ignorance, is becoming into the open, and is a time when man have to full up with the knowledge and wisdom that is available to come to the greatness of ourselves. No? Religion has purposely created a separation between us and the divine spiritual energy that we are all a part of. And once they created that separation, they hid a lot of this knowledge that is coming about now. Remember one time, the Bible was only for a few. Secret documents were hidden. Thus a man couldn't come back to the fullness of the reality of himself as being part of God. Now in the Bible that they give us, Christ teaches that the kingdom of God is with man. So say, know ye not that ye are the temple of the Lord. But them create a system where they create an intermediary between you and the divine within yourself by taking away the knowledge of that divinity within ourselves and putting it outside of us in our individual man with the intention to put the image of that man as a European, a white man, so that we would offer praises unto the white world and look outside ourselves all the while for the solution and the answers that were within us. But by the definition of God, all knowing, as the priest rightfully said. The past, the present, and the future is all with us now. You know? So all things are available to us. It's just to go into that consciousness that is divine, to reap of that realm, the understanding that we need to live by. So this separation with them give us cause us to be out of alignment. It's not two separate things as the Empress are. It is like a car out of alignment, it now run straight, it lean towards one way or lean towards the next way. And then make it lean towards just a physical existence. That's where the fear of death come for the physical recycle. And so them teach you say you are dead and the wages of sin is death is a corruption of divine knowledge to make us to be slaves so that they can do what they want. And we have to go to church, go pay them collection a week time, with them explain bit by bit and cover down the truth that is in all of us. Give thanks to that who come show us, say, my God, my Lord, same God in me, the same God in you, you know. And again, him tell us, say, greater is in you than in all the world. What is greater than in all the world? Not the Almighty. So the Almighty is in all of us. We are part of and within the Almighty. But them teach us a separation and cause the confusion that we look outside ourselves. That's why we don't, oftentimes, you know, our liberty, we don't respect each other or the God in each other as how the Father showed the respect each of us individually, you know. So we give thanks to these discussions and they come today. After many years, we just have come to a fullness of understanding. And there's not in the fullness yet. I just greater understanding. Yeah, we still have much to go. Like me say, we just start celebrate the feminine energy of God. Because that also was taken out of the books and taken out of what them teach us about God. Eh? And we just start to address Royal Empress Menen Asfa as a part of godliness of our Godhead, you know. So at the same God in the whole of it, all of we can run, but all of we can run like bolt. All of we can sing, but all of we can sing like some of these wonderful singers. The same way in the realm of spiritual reality, in flesh, we have those amongst us, like our Father and the Godhead that we recognize and heal, that are exemplify that spiritual liberty within their personality and come as teachers and directors or to direct us back to that consciousness within itself, you know? Yeah, man. So we give thanks to this moment and give thanks to the reason. And I will come again, my Lord. Blessed love, majesty.
Majesty bless, my Lord. Give
To the
thanks for your
chairman.
input. My Lord, go ahead and have a priest as well.
Yeah, blessed love to one another. I've been listening, I've been traveling, bus and car, and I've traveled from a long distance. I couldn't say anything. But what we are looking for is the same thing. We have to find it in ourselves. Come and say the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. The esoteric side is everything that goes on inside. That's in the room. That is in the mind. That is in the universe, or the universe of an individual. And if you know the inside, you don't worry about the outside. But you can do what you want to do and adjust and adapt. So being on the outside or looking outside or looking into the next planet or into the next city or country or next idea is not bad. Because we don't see the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. The world and the that dwell therein. So we make it together. We know spiritualism is, and yet we're connected, multiple, yeah, and each other. So we have to know what we are doing and how we understand anything. We are keeping ourselves back by hesitating to go forward. I like this snappy, strong input about there is both sides, and you have to understand what you have to do, and you have to be deliberate when you're doing something and assertive about it. And we'll get further on that. Concerning something I wanted to talk about was the lengthening, because I hear some lengthening talking, right? Concerning, there's no part of the Bible tell you anything about length. Does anybody have a verse a chapter that I doesn't know because I don't know everything. I am trying to research, I'm finding nothing in the Bible about Lent, and I go deep into Lent. But I don't want to confuse people's mind because Lenting is a good spiritual thing. But from my research, I can't go back far to find Afrocentric behaviors. I know from the first century, things was organizing and man was trying to do Thanksgiving and doing different things. And when it happened, I would say, from the Council of Nicene and the consider that in Christ's lifetime, Christ never kept up, he never kept up the Lent season. And it was observed 2,000 years before Christ. If you're doing our research, let's go deep and go hard and let's find out certain things. But I'm not playing with it. I respect the Lent season. I am fasting, holding the Lent season. But then they used to use the ashes, they used to gather the ashes. Although Ash Wednesday is what they used to enrich with the Christians' symbolization, they don't really actually find too much particular things concerning anything concerning Lent in the Bible. You know, it's like, it's a thing I feel just we take it because we know it is good and we grew up in that. But that was founded in the Council of Nicene. They created it, they implemented it. And the fasting period was for a time, at a time they used to fast for 42 days. And then they break it back down to 40. And then it was so much that I study and research about this Lent thing. It is a thing you have to do some detailed studies of and get it. Because the fast was prior to the crucifixion. That was when he was in the wilderness. And we know that. That is confirmed too. That before people fasting and people think it's the resurrection part of the fasting and the praying was before the resurrection when he was in the wilderness and he was tempted 3 times by the demons and he did conquer them. So we always use fasting and praying to help us and to strengthen us and build ourselves. But I think the main problem we are having is understanding who we are and the capability we really have. When we're talking about God, we are all gods and goddesses. Everything lives in the esoteric side. The esoteric side is the outside. Yes, it's illusions, but we live in the outside too, because we live in a circle. And there's 2 ends of a circle, the inside of the circle or the outside. And we live on the inside, separated by the creator, that fire. And we have to know what we're doing and what we're saying. But the key, we have everything right in our face, in our hands, and we're scared to touch it. We are scared sometimes to touch it or to say certain things and come up with ideas that we are seeing. But the understanding we are not seeing, things is right in front of us, what we have to deal with every day. And we're scared to touch it. Let's just continue and proceed, my Lord and Empress. Sorry for being so long, Majesty.
Through the chair. That's the love.
Got you, my lad. I think Chris Himes are having difficulty. Got you.
Okay. Well, I have a question, you know. Well, as the video that was showing us that God is everything, you know. Everything is God and God is everything. I think that's how they say it, you know. But that could bring a little confusion still, because a person would ask the question, well, so the rocks and the stones and the trees and all of that, you want me to worship that? Because God is always a thing where people see us to be worshipped, right? So that is the question I'm alluding to now. How do we explain how to worship God? Right? We know say anyone could praise God and in their own form and fashion, and right, but how do we truly worship the true and living God. And we have to think now, think about this now. Think about an individual who doesn't know how to read, who has never been indoctrinated about anything, right? But the heart, is for God. I don't want to give it away how the answer I want to give yet. But that is the question. How is an individual supposed to worship God? If we say God is everything and everything is God, right? Because I one is looking for an individual being to worship. And this is the confusion in the world now, why people say, how you want me to worship Emperor Haile Selassie? How you want me to worship this one, and they are worshiping that one, and you understand? So how do we explain worshiping the true and living God? How do we do it? And yeah, what really is worship to the true and living God? I hope that is clear. Blessed.
Royal here.
Honorable priest, I think priest I'm having difficulty, so just watch it. But you,
Yes,
honorable priest.
to the emperor, they don't answer that question. Them say when thing unprecedented, face us, we have to look deep within ourselves, you know what I mean? So, and you have another set of people, them worship the nature, the trees, and the rivers, that all of that. People worship nature. But when you could have combined all of that and see yourself in that, that is the greatest energy. Because when you don't see yourself there, so, and then you can go worship the trees and all of that, and then you don't see the greater power within, yourself, as the man say. Greater is in us than where you are seeing in the world. That energy of life, it is not my life, nor your life, which is the Almighty that we are speaking about. That's why I could even hear and speak talking. So when we recognize that it's not your life, but it's this Almighty that we are all sharing. You see, so the Rastaman and the Rastaman have it on the highest level. Everyone fall behind because them go and worship over the trees, which is good. So you take care of the tree and then worship the river. That is also good because you're not polluting, the river or the stream. But when you don't see yourself as a part of that whole, as a whole, you're going short of something. So give thanks to King Emmanuel again, you know what I mean? Where make it just be a whole trinity, you know what I mean? One purpose.
Yes, my
Through the
Lord,
chair.
glorify. Yes, honorable priest Nappy.
Yes, my lord. The honorable priest asked a question, your worship God. The man say, I want you, love. That's how you worship God, love. Because there was a time when them say, the stories of the Bible, where ones and one come to the Christ and said, Lord, Lord, Lord. And he said, move away from me, I know you not. And they were put aside. And they said, Lord, how can you say put you aside when we're calling upon your name? Him say, you only use me with your mouth, but your heart was far from me. See? And he said, but Lord,
Yeah.
why you deal with us them way there? And him said,
Please, Snappy, unmute your mic. Please, Snappy.
Technology,
And
Yeah,
one who are not speaking, can you mute your mic? There's a feedback. Please, Snappy.
greetings, Empress. I'm here in the eye. Am I
Yes.
muted?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. There was a feedback and you accidentally got muted.
I
Oh,
think it's
okay.
the earpiece I'm using. That's why I take it
Ones
off.
who are not speaking, could you please mute your mic and remember that we are live streaming? Thanks.
You get any
Yes.
feedback now, Empress?
No.
No. Okay. Yes.
It's
So
a
really,
air plug. All right.
yes. So when that one, as I say, went to the Lord and said, Lord, Lord, them say, move away, I know you not. And them say, oh, you know, you say, if you don't know to live your love and live with your brother and your sister, you don't know love, God. And we always have a saying, if you can't love near eye, or you gonna love far eye. You know what I mean? So that is where religion really, that is where you say if your religion is not of love, it is vain. You know what I mean? So that is really where it comes down to be love. And if you want your love, that is how you honor something. You do them works. That is how you honor. Not just to come know his majesty, you know. That is just the beginning of the work. Is what you're gonna do after you knowing him now. And the works where you have to go live up to show forth the light where his majesty are shine. Or where Prince Emmanuel are shine or Marcus are shine. Your light to shine in them realms to enlighten them like the way we become sick. You know what I mean? And going forward even to the 40 days, I know everything where them have is where them get from I and I. So they came and saw fasting and go on. It maybe it wasn't called Lent at that time, got difference of language, but because something different where they saw that was being done and they put for them twist to it. But it is always good to fast and pray during them time here. When you withhold certain things from yourself and have a kind of discipline when it comes to even food, which helps you shed certain pounds off for your help shed anything where toxic where you may build up by food where you may eat over the period of time. To purge basically. You know, and it's good when you keep yourself on a yearly basis. You do that 40 days out of the year. It really helps to balance you on a physical level and keep you in remembrance. You know what I mean? Of when the good man overcome the wickedness of the world. I remember, you know, is that with the Christ, you know. It's when that liberator came and the world in a folly. All them people in them time they are reducing with religion and him burn it out. You know what I mean? And because of that, them kill him. Never come for die for sinners with that talk about Empress. Amazing, you know? He came a time to talk the truth against the evil of the world and when he was doing. And keep him silent, just like they do all of the man them in Africa and all of the black one them arise. And yet since they don't want to take no blame for it, that's why they said, no, they came to die for your sins. No, my lord, not no go sir. My lord and Empress, more to say, what give thanks.
Yes, Honorable. Um,
Yes, my lord.
And
yes, priest.
talk
What's the post? Give thanks. Priest Adigan hand is up.
Blessed love my Lord and Empress, Prince and Princess, God and Goddess. Give thanks for another day of reasoning on this day, you know. Give thanks for the continuation of our mother, Earth Strong celebration, you know, as it go, cause you know, anytime we start a celebration, we continue to 7 days. So whether we chanting or not, we recognizing that. So give thanks. Well, my take on it as it relates to the God and even the Bible. The Bible, which is a construct of humans. Human reciprocate the concept of God. It is humans, man, that create the concept of God. Yet we always keep saying God is in us and we are in God. Yet the world is still in chaos. Right? I read the Bible where the God of the Bible command Israel to even eat their enemy's children, rape their enemy's daughter, the God of the Bible. Then you have another incident. I am going to destroy man who I have created when man did sin. Now check it. God is 3 O's. Omnipotent, omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. So if him is all these things, who him never knows a man a go sin and keep up with folly. Cause him know, so him supposed to preconceive before, cause him is the all-knowing God. But yet, man, yet, the Bible make God seem like him to know what him a do at times. Even, all right then, this might be controversial with a lot of people who subscribe to the doctrine of Job and what was done to Job. I don't like what God do to Job through the devil asking. I even see Jesus come stronger than God when he come forward, because when Peter tell Jesus we go up against the system, first thing him said, he tell Peter, forget behind him, Satan, not because he must say Peter, Satan, but the spirit now. For years we have talked about God, 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 and this and that, and God is within us. Yet more wickedness is prevalent in the world today than ever. Yet we say we God, yet we who say we represent the God can't stop this. And the God who we pray to is not stopping it neither. So in my rational thinking, what God are we really praying to? What is the premise of God? Because we talk all these pretty time and God is in us and all things is not God, because all things is not divine. There's wicked people in this earth and they are not God. And their works is not of God. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going against my principles and concepts of what I believe within the order. I'm just putting something out there for one to think. Most of the time we say we represent the Almighty, we represent this, and people say, you can't go. Me have to question God how it is now. Because you see, if we're wrong, we parents discipline we, God needs to discipline this world and change the course. Right? We know he's a loving God, but certain things he have to step in now. And because if the fulfillment of what I read in the Bible said, there's gonna come a time where there's no more death, no more sin, no more pain, no more hell. No, I would love to see a world like that. And I get up every day and I pray and I chant with God in a love and unity every day. I would have loved to see that, but I now see that in my reality, and like we have a concept. I priest have it and have a concept, say, mankind knows everything, yet nothing. Because everyone feels that his faith or his outlook is the right one. So I say mankind knows everything, yet nothing. Because in their search for trying to know self, them come up with ideas and concepts, and I saw religion and all of these things form throughout the world. So mankind knows everything, yet nothing. Because if you put the scope of everything together, what everyone having at the faith, is the answers are in them, but here what everyone want is thing what they saying. But that's why me like they teach them when we used to listen from Muta. There's a part in them said teach them that my way is not the only way. You understand? So we have to realize in at this time, as much as we say we are God, we are restricted in our human existence and all these control. Mankind met the good of God, and mankind met the bad of what them call the devil. All of these constructs, everything where we are talking about, the universe, the cosmos, is human beings talking it. Is human beings creating it and putting it out there. So we have to check ourselves how we deal with this God argument, and how far we, because when we put it into dimensions, the God who we so love, especially biblically, wasn't always nice. You understand? And him command Israel to do some horrible things to people. You can read it in the script. It's not me making it up. You understand? So that's my few words on the thing still. Blessed.
Honorable Priest, give thanks to the royal historian, my lord.
Yes,
Blessed,
Honorable Priest.
blessed. Let me interject here. I listen to the brethren just speaking, and when you really look at that word Bible, Bible, the meaning of that is before I begin life eternal. You have all these different spirits telling you of their life that they live. This Bible is just for us to read and for us to get clear understanding and for us to raise our vibration of our consciousness higher. You know, so even when I heard brethren just speak about being disciplined by your parents, I could use myself as an example. I was always a person that just wanted to eat salad and no flesh. I was getting licks because I left the flesh on the table. No, the spirit will always come in to do right, but you gain licks because they're trying to make you feel you're doing wrong. So you have to really look at the meaning of that word Bible, what it's trying to teach us before I begin life eternal, the steps within the other's life that they live before they trod on to that life that we can't even read about. Blessed heart of love.
Majesty, bless Empress. Thank.
Through the chair.
Yes, Royal Chair.
Honorable, my lord.
I did not want to make the Almighty look so dogma. I just want to say what it caused the flood, you know, 'cause there was something that was going on, right? But the man caused the flood. So I don't want to make it look like say the man never have all of the love. But when people act, a reaction going to come. So when the Almighty react certain way because people disobedient, it maybe seem like he's so wicked at times, you know what I mean? Because if him send some individual over and said, don't bring back no cattle or nothing to come and sacrifice before me, are you disobedient to that? It maybe sounds so harsh. But the man didn't know those type of people. You know what I mean? Him know where they're going over there. So. And to him say, him to know a certain people without obedient to him, yet they still go astray and be stiff-necked with his eye and eye Israel. Not making it too long. That's a question.
My lord.
Yeah, through the chair.
Honorable priest. Go on.
Yes, my lord. Priest Adigan, yeah, a mouthful, the eye just black. If everyone is listening keenly and was listening to Priest Adigan keenly, it's something to really look into, you know. I think he covers the substance of this discussion right here. And even within the question that Honorable Priest Evans asked, the video attempted to give us a concept of our varied concepts of God, the expression of God. Now, when we say worship, what do we mean by worship? Because the priest asked the question, how do we explain worship to ones and ones? What is worship? Who do we worship? How do we, you know? So worship, what is worship? Are we talking about rituals that make up a ceremonial order? That is a form of, you know, practice that people in churches and other places do? Are we talking about individual reverence and acknowledgement of a greater force? You know, those are the levels that we have to think of when we're going to approach this whole thing about worship. You know, is it institutional or is it personal? You know, institutionally, them teach us what them teach us. You gather in a church and you worship an entity outside of you. You give tithes and all of those things as part of that whole practice. See, but personally, how do we acknowledge the greater force that we are a part of? Is it in staying on our knees? Is it on prostrating on our knees? Is that the way in which we worship and honor the creative force? Or is it by how we live with one another? You know, bringing us back to our earlier conversation we had some time ago about salvation. because we tend to think of salvation as clapping and singing and service order. When the essence of salvation or the true meaning of salvation is to be saved from sin. How do you get saved from sin? By acknowledging the right and doing the right. How do you acknowledge the right? By taking heed to the message of the messengers that have continuously brought the message, and it has been the same message. If we track through history, we see it has been the same message, just given in a format that presents the time in which people live in. Now we're in a scientific time, in a technological time, so you're going to find the lessons more advanced. Which, if we looked at the video earlier, you see what he was saying. It started off with a rock. It says a rock has a minimum amount of energy that connects it to living then, that living energy. And it went now from that now to show you an insect, and it went from an insect to an animal, from an animal to a person, and saying that the person has the highest amount of divine energy within ones and ones. But we are all, from the rock to the person, we are all part of the same source of origin. See, we are all part of the creative source. So that brings us forward now to understanding. Does it require us being subjugated to religion to acknowledge God? Or is it in how man coexists? What is the greatest act of salvation and divine love? See, is it filling up a church, worshiping and then leaving and afterwards and going back to the world of whatever you do? Or is it how we live one to another within the village? The love, that essence, acknowledging that God divine in everyone. So you treat that everyone on a standard. You treat from the baby up a standard way, because you acknowledge that it is the divine essence of God in all living entities. Bless you.
My Lord, Majesty bless. I see the example of divine liberty, or a divine people, which will be how our creed say, hungry we fed, sick nourished, age protected, and infants cared for. So that means to say it's a balanced existence within a society. Now the white world come and see these basic tenants, which would be like our faith, a faith-based liberty, and they transfer it into loyalty for their religious clubs, seeing that from creation, man has always seek a divine intervention and understanding of the creator and the creation. So they use that inquisitive mind, lack of a better word, they use that and abuse the people there. If you look back at the history of religion, especially the Roman Catholic, they had some way out kind of a purgatory, and you had to pay. If you pay a money to keep your loved ones in purgatory until they could pay up your way, and then they go find a way by the pearly gate with St. Peter. And they really exploited the humanity desire to be at one and our understanding of the Creator, using the tenets of the faith, our faith-based liberty. For instance, like how we have the 40 laws of Mark, you know, we say, I have not do this and I have not do that, in contrast to say, thou shalt not, you know. So they use these things, even amongst I and I, you could coming right down the line here. You can see certain man meet up some youths and the youths them very, you know, want to know. And that desire to know, they get abused. They get used. I see it. That even sometimes I tell a man, say, like you had a little young prophet, like, go for this, go for that. And to the prophet want to be a part of, because when come and see intrigue him just all over the place. Only to come seal up with the assumption in himself that when he reached to a point, he could tell an next flesh, go for this, go for that. So I don't know if you get my point across there, where the white will take these basic human tenets of divine liberty amongst ourselves and break it down to a club, a loyalty club then. You have to be loyal to the church. It was not gay, it wasn't about, it was a loyalty to the church. My Lord and Empress, pray it makes sense to what the item.
Yes, my Lord. Mm-hmm.
It makes sense, praise? What me just say there?
Yes, my Lord. To I, it does make sense.
Huh?
I said, to I, it certainly makes sense, my Lord.
My Lord. Floor is open, my Lord.
To the chair.
Honorable praise.
Bless the Lord, my Lord.
My Lord.
The question of Pre-7 post is a nice question. That is like, how do we worship God? Pre-Snappy answered directly with one word, love. Love is the objective and the elements we need in the spirit of truth and care with that force of love is everything right there. Because we are worshiping God, we are doing it in our own way and think what's passed on to us. We just have to take it up and do what we have to do. Because we know we have to understand religions was formed by rituals. And which is, as they consider it, you have to die and come up again. That's their form of salvation. But our salvation is sharing love, sharing care, concern for each other, the goodness of God, working amongst all the divine individuals. And we worship Him in spirit and in truth, using love. Simple as that. We just have to continue what we're doing because we are all serving the Creator in our own way, in our own likeness. Although we are trying to come to that oneness. But there will be a oneness, but there will always be differences, like agreeing to disagree, my Lord and Majesty.
Through the chair.
Honorable praise.
Yes, my Lord and Majesty. That is the answer them there, you know, the spirit and in truth. And like the I say, as priest was saying to you know, worshiping God is not a group thing or even a structure, an infrastructure you need or a building to go under, right? But worship Him in spirit and in truth, in your liberty, in your sayings and doings, right? Yeah, so remember, if they say God is in everything, in us, with us, round about us, in all things, we have to give thanks, you know? And that gratitude will make you move in an action toward your brethren and sister. If you give thanks for the water that you drink, your brethren give you a glass of water, you know? That is the fullness of worshiping God. in spirit and in truth, you know, by our daily sayings and doings that, you know, they are one with divinity, and they are one with gratitude and thanksgiving in everything we say and do, you know. And so our ancestors wasn't, you know, because like I say, wasn't no doctrine, right? They went into the self of self and activated spiritual power, you know, to the highest level, right? By the actions amongst themselves, and the whole thought process was different on accepting spirituality. It wasn't something outside of them. It all came from, you know, the internal, and it was expressed outernal, you know. And that is how I see, you know, we're supposed to really worship God in spirit and in truth, you know, my Lord and Empress. That's it.
Blessing, majesty. But priest, don't you see like how Psalm 100 say, come and let us make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Congregational praises, that same congregational praises, I see it's very relevant, and I see it was always there, you know, in some form or fashion, where our individual lives are expression of thanks, but then congregational wise, communal wise, community wise, I think it was always there where we come together as a community and acknowledge and God and glorify and give thanks. So you know.
Yes, yes, my Lord. That is a next way too. But in order for us to do that, we have to have some kind of synchronicity amongst ourselves, some kind of divinity amongst ourselves to do that. You know, so that truthfulness must be amongst ourselves in order to even praise God in a group. You know.
Through the
So
chair.
it go hand in hand, my Lord.
Through the chair.
Through the chair,
Yes,
my Lord.
Priest,
One
yeah.
word I can tell the priest that you praise God, and I tell our brethren that it is decree. Decree thy blessing to us, let the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, sick nourished, ears protected, and infants cared for. So you praise God, my Lord and
Rastafari.
Through the chair.
Yes, my Lord. Just define love. It's not just define love. Go ahead.
Blessed, my Lord. Through the chair.
Yes, Honorable Priest Knuckles.
Give thanks, my Lord. Worship. There is a something in the Bible that says, worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Again, Christ says, I and my Father are one. That we must seek to be one with the Father, which is the divine energy that dwells in us all. We must accomplish this in our individual personalities. But it's also where the Father give us the tabernacle to share in fellowship, because where 2 or 3 of us are gathered in his name. That means our meditation is within that divineness, is the multiplicity of energy and vibration that lift us up. That's why when time service nights, when you come out, you feel different. When you go all night service, you come out, you feel light, because that added energy from each. But that doesn't dissolve you of living that liberty within yourself, with every human being and animals and plants, because the presence of God is in all things. So the rituals, even where the Father give us, are ways, I have to see it like portals onto that divine consciousness, that divine energy, that we can uplift ourselves from the low frequency, because priest Adigan, the earth full of positive, negative energy, low frequency, high frequency. You have people, it's not that the God not in them, but their ways keep them in a low estate and a low frequency that allows them to do evil and don't feel no remorse about it. Now, the saying say, when man on earth has done his best, angels in Zion couldn't do no better. Again, the Bible says, I saw a new heaven and a new earth ascending. And the Father said, that is when time will come to that God consciousness in ourselves. We will lead those that are in darkness into the light, and the kingdom of God in flesh shall take over the kingdom of Satan that dwell in flesh. That's why the man comes to 140 and 4,000 to train us as he trained the 12 disciples in the Bible to manifest the same things that he did, not true, no supernatural, nothing, but the connection to the divine consciousness in you bring up your frequency that you do these things and manifest these things. And because we have not stepped up to that level within ourselves without the reality of it, but God is real, you understand? And we can overcome, as Christ did, the evil, negative energies that are around by being, as the priest said, in that frequency of love. We talk it so much that we don't even understand the heights of it, not even the depth, the heights of love, you know, the unconditional love that we can correct one another and bring us, the man say, iron sharpeneth iron. And out of the mouth of babe, you are in strength. The power is there, you know, but we're not attending to it for we've been misled. As His Majesty said, we are ill prepared for this, the rise of evil in the earth, through miseducation and religious dogma. We're all the way down from coming to the oneness with the divine within ourselves, which is the fulfillment of purpose, because the divine God creator and everything, our purpose and our intention. And when we are in alignment, we become part of manifesting that. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Majesty bless, Honorable Guest Ingram. Floor is open. So herein we even seeing, as we say, that mighty power of Jah, because scenario. We have a nice morning service, and after 12 o'clock we come off of the service, and instead of we fellowship and glorify over the service, we start to find fault, and next thing you know, argument come out. So the act itself is meaningless until it really digested internally by each individual, you know, with that divine inspiration. So we could go through the act, clap and sing and ting, and it just surface. So, you know, we have to start go in the depths of the ritual, for lack of a better word. You know, the 7 Psalms, the Exodus 20 and 31, the book where the priest pick choruses, closing hymns. You know, that is why it's important now for the leading priests to have a proper team. Yes. THEME, you know, moving forward. So at the end of the service, we feel enlightened. So to have disagreement and loud talk and shout and one another will not even be around, because we will be in the image of my life engraved will be, you know, my Lord and Majesty. Floor, so it break down again. Yes, Honorable, go ahead.
To the chair, my Lord. What we're really trying to find, right, is the secret. The secret lies in our esoteric side, internally. That's why Priest Knuckles explaining certain things, but certain things we had to feel for ourselves. Certain things we had to gravitate to. You see the Godship, we had to gravitate in the esoteric internal side. The quality of having an inner secret meaning for terms. That's how religion and tradition and culture always spread. There was always secret things that the elder council wouldn't tell the younger ones, and they go on different stages. And by doing this first applied to the ancient Greeks who did it. When they initiated and they consider, all right, isomine within, asomine outside, and start to break it down. Because we have two sides in life. We have two choices we make. We have a spiritual side and a physical side. We have a subconscious mind and a conscious mind. We have most of our information are stored in our subconscious mind. Because I know all of us fly in our vision. We don't fly when we're walking around here in our conscious mind, because the things that we could do in our subconscious mind are greater, is more in the esoteric, hidden part of the mystics of our man. And we have to start to touch that, because we all have it in us, as Priest Napi say, Honorable Priest Napi say, the love is the key. Priest 7 agree with the spirit and in truth and bringing everything. But there's a secret that we have to accept. We have to grab onto it. What Priest Andy saying is good, The service, this keep us in a union, make us remember. It's a schoolroom, it's a training. Because as we go off the line of the Psalms, and then we can go into our own thoughts, and we have a fight going on in the human, the spiritual and the physical. They'll be merging and they'll be mixing, and there's a lot of things will be confusing people today. But we must know salvation is a kind of esoteric thing that usually presented as a divine revelation imparted secretly, because our thoughts are from God, and our thoughts what we get from God and our ideas what nobody know until we say it is a secret between us and God. So we have to get into the secret chambers and break down things, and we realize we are already doing the thing already, but we're waiting to do it still. Like we're not doing it, we're not conscious of what we are doing or what. The secrets lie within. When we reveal, everyone reveal their heart, we could get to break it down and know what a man is thinking, what the next man is thinking. Because one individual can't tell it all. My Lord and Majesty. The
So
secret.
Bless.
Yeah.
Yes, Brit. Yes, Brit.
Give thanks, my Lord. Give thanks the reasoning. Continue. Some of the greatest moments I've had is when I come down from Sabbath service. As Priest Snappy. The reason where we get in now is you can feel the elevated consciousness come out of the service. Now, not all service bring you to that level. Sometimes elements in the service cause it to don't bring the heights there where it should to the congregation. That's why it's very important for the leading priest. He must steer the ship. And if him feel the energy of a man, he can tell him, come off of the altar. And if him see the man in a music where him in a ego and nappy, he can tell him, come out of the music stand. Forget the congregation and the whole service in alignment with the divine energy that him supposed to carry come. Now, one of the things that the Father teaches us is that Friday evening, and this is very important for we understand, because Sabbath is going into a holy state of being. The man say, him open up the Sabbath for you receive sevenfold blessing. Friday evening before you go into your Sabbath, if you assess yourself, that is why when you have to work for Babylon, it cut in your divine consciousness and your meditation. That already from 2, 3 o'clock I'm whites. And ready to meet the Sabbath meditation that is there open for us. Like the abundance of love and joy is there for us. But we have to find the portal to get to it. Now, just say, before you go into the Sabbath, you're supposed to assess yourself, what you have done and what you have said throughout the 6 days. And if you find that you have said or done anything to offend your brother and sister, you're supposed to clarify that before you go to service. We now practice these things, so you go to service, have feelings to people and sit down and him not like that priest up on the altar and all kind of vibe that mess up the order where the man said through divine, to reap that divineness and that spiritual iriness of the fellowship of praises. Enough things are because we not apply yourself to the thing in the proper way. So you don't get the proper result where you want. So you say it not have no value. But if you remember some service, right, the way the service sweet when you come out, you could have never got talk foolishness and the things of the world now go overtake your mind. Because you just full up your left side of the brain with so much energy that the subconscious bills you go pee and you are not like that man and all of them things, they get cast out. That's the energy and the power that we have within us. And them set the world, this thing about crucifixion, them set the world to crucify that spirit in us. Them kill it. That's why God said, him not teach you not new, him bring you to the remembrance of where we was in the beginning, in that divine consciousness of self to walk and live love with one another and manifest the glory of God in flesh, to be a light unto those that still in darkness and not struggle with confusion and the things of the world. That are not our world. We are not of that world. Blessed my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Honorable, my Lord, as you speak, priest, a thing come to my mind. And may I say, when we first reached the hill, what is that impressed us so? Was it because we went and see a man riding on the wings of the wind, or conjuring up some great magic? Or was it the ambience that we felt when we came through the gate? The whole ambience, the whole feeling, the whole mindset. That is what really hold me when I come in the camp, you know. Yes, me glorify the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards and the movements and the enlightenment. But the greatest thing what I saw was the levity order, the ambience, this whole settings of the place. It was like a Zion levity. And that is what hold me. Oh, the item is on that same thing with me. Or as we say, because we don't want, we don't want to put all the thing like if we went and we see a man making magic. And like, yeah, we got to follow this man because look at what he might do. Yet still we see the way what we are glorifying is this works where he might do, But is what that works was. It was no magic thing. It was a liberty or a salvation. Man and man and woman and man and everything in a harmony. My Lord and Majesty. Bless.
Honorable to the chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that novelty feeling where you're talking about. Yeah, we all felt that feeling that going to the foundation for the first time as a youth, myself at that early young age that I went. The impression was when I left there that day, that first day that I went there, come out of school, what would I say them days? I would skip school, go on there. And when I left the evening going to the bus stop, the only thing I could reflect on was that if there is anywhere that depicts heaven, it has to be that place I just left. Because it had that biblical ambience to it. It had that divine anciency, not just the anciency, not just, because more time when we say biblical ones, just go back to that time. It's not just the anciency, but that divinity, that the elders, them, in how they looked, there was the ancients of ever living days with the great beard and the Christ image, then to complement it, the humility that those ancients had. They were some very humble brethren, them, represented themselves and them God within. So it just gave I and I that novelty feeling. Now, coming back to a reality of the reasoning now, because we're not just here to complement the euphoria of I and I liberty. We want to look at the reality of where we are. Because this is, as elders at this point, we're trying to do justice for the younger generation by analyzing and defining all that we held in the past and see how it fits into this current moment. Because it's not everything coming from then is practical today. Being with that said, what Priest Radigan said, I have to come back to it in the sense of man has been praising the Almighty from time immemorial. Rituals have existed through generations to generation. But I heard a statement by one of the brethren earlier, I don't remember who said it. Could be same Priest Radigan, where humankind is at their lowest state of existence. His Majesty called it an unprecedented time. Now, with that said, how do we quantify the power of what we've been doing throughout the ages? And I will leave it there.
Repeat that question, please.
How do we quantify, how do we place a value on what we've been doing throughout the ages? On the back of a statement like that, that says that man is at his lowest state of existence today.
To the chair.
Floor is open, my lord.
To the chair, my lord. That is a serious statement because man is at the lowest stage he ever been, and man is at the highest stage he's ever been today. Because there's change. But the problem, I want to talk about something quick fast. Love is an activity, it's not a feeling. True love is not the helpless desire to possess the cherished object of one's fragrant affection. True love is the discipline, generosity we require of ourselves for the sake of another, when we should rather be selfish or not selfish, concerning love. But concerning the question what Mr. Shabana said, we are in the lowest stage of our life and on the highest stage of our life one time. So what are we going to do with it? Are we going to just play with it? Because things are open to us and we have to take it on, like how Melchizedek order wasn't given to no one. You know? That take it up and we all take up the priesthood and the empresshood of Melchizedek. So we have to take it up. We have to know. I want to ask a question though. What is the meaning of love? I want to know everybody's definition of the meaning of love. If you want me to give mine first, I can give.
Well, I'm priest. Before you pose that question, yeah, I'm not get a answer yet. You are the first one. Respond before you pose the question. I would love to hear from the Honorable Priest Knuckles and Honorable Priest Nappy and Honorable Priest
Thank you, Honorable.
some of the senior sages that have the clarity in these areas of discussion. Honorable Priest Imsley, I don't know that you are going to do your summary, so I didn't call your name, but I would love to hear from the other scientists.
Honorable Priest, my lord, give thanks.
My lord.
Floor is open, my lord. Honorable Priest Knuckles, Priest Nappy, Priest Earl.
How do you, what's the question, priest? How do you, where's the quantify?
All right. Let me pose it again for the man in the clearest way I can. After we have, not just we, but after you people, because this is not specific to us, because we are not the only ones facing the same dilemma in life. But after people have lived their tradition and their practices for eons, coming through time, we are now at this point in our human evolution and find that humanity, according to the statement of the Virgin, and rightfully so, humanity is displaying its worst behavior as humans. So how do we quantify, how do we value or validate what we have been doing throughout the years? How do we look at it? How do we quantify that? Because we speak of the sensation, which is using one of Priest 7's definition. We speak of the sensation that we get from the services and those things that we do get, and we all can attest to that. But the impact beyond that, beyond self sensation, the power impact, the science behind it, how do we validate what we have been doing? Because if worship is the key to progress and harmony and all those things, humankind been worshiping forever. But we are lacking those elements more today than ever before. You understand? I'm being long-winded to bring the question home. So after doing all of what our ancestors have done throughout generations, we have done these rituals, handed them down, and we still find ourselves today in the predicament that we are in. How do we validate them? How do we quantify their value? Bless it.
To the chair, my lord.
I know it's a very teasing question, my lord.
Yes.
My lord.
Is. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, my lord. Yes, please.
Our very existence is the proof of God, Baba. From as early as World War II, the amount of bombs where the evil people have could have destroyed God's earth and creation. If it's not for the balance of God in a man, though we are few number in these days, man would have killed off and God just say them could have do it. Them God set up a heaven up somewhere up on another planet and throw down in garbage power. We can't live hope and faith. As Bob said, don't have no fear for atomic energy. None of them can stop that time. We have to hold on to the victory of good over evil. His Majesty said, the Almighty will not allow mankind to destroy his creation. So we have to see ourselves as the force of right that are going to overcome. And we not talk about no supernatural thing. When Dada start to talk about man of right is God in flesh, enough of these bridging where you see on podcasts and them thing there. Did I lick down God and any concept of God? And them take time and come round to that reality and go seek for the information both scientifically and spiritually. If you attest to the reality of the existence of God. And I have to stand up in that regardless of what we see around way or go on. Because without us, the existence of God would have gone in our flesh. But because the reality is greater than them and them evil ways. God said the first kingdom was God's kingdom. And it was overthrown by Satan's kingdom. And that was back as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. So we have to be the warriors of faith and truth and right. And no, say that's how we win. Regardless of how the enemy look mighty, His Majesty say even in the 21st century, David will still slew Goliath. David represents the way of right. And Goliath, the multiplicity of evil that them develop in the earth. The man say, the Armageddon war where we are fight. Say, I go come a time when time man turn them swords into plowshare. Because the amount of destruction we are going to go on for mankind, man are going to turn away from evil things and the ways of war. And you hear the priest talk earlier about the promise of the time and time, death no control and sickness no control. That have to come. But we have to go through a judgment. I don't even want to call it judgment. There's going to be a catastrophic battle on this earth here. to destroy. In the book it says 2/3 of humans are gonna die. Whether by war, whether by one of it was the poison water for the nuclear fallout, are gonna poison the water sources. All of this have to go through it now, go just click finger and everything come right. No, we could have got dead out. And mankind she said the way this world a guide people down can't bring life. Even amongst the practice of themselves, them a get less and less. Them more of them are die than where them are go. That's why this battle where them are try to get out black people and colored people and non-white people. Because we are strive, and them are decline. We have to see the picture of good over evil in ourselves, Bobo, and stand up with it. That is my measure. That will still exist. Because when them come down here, them wipe out the Indian them carry on black man, them and white, them didn't intend to wipe us out. But we still thrive through the ancestors and the love of the Father in us, in our DNA. The man say him come to bring us back to the remembrance of them power there. Them can't beat you, Bobo. Not eventually, you know. Eventually we must win. My Lord and Empress, bless it.
My Lord, bless. Floor
My
open.
Lord. Wait 3 signs, they finish up.
No, I was just saying the floor open.
Oh.
Blessed heart of love, I agree with what the brethren just say. Patting, if somebody were going to speak, but patting.
No, go ahead, Empress. You can talk, Empress.
But when I hear him say about Goliath and David, that's the meaning of God. The G-O-D, Goliath, and D, David. Remember on this cross, on this vibration, they talk about justice and Dismas. That O in the sentence, in the center is the omnipotence, omnipresence, omniscience. And that O representing that dash. Blessed heart of love.
Majesty bless, Empress.
Give thanks.
And have a peace napping.
You know, Bobo. If them take we feel like say we can't win, you know, you don't lose, you know, we have to have the confidence in God in ourselves.
Natural.
My Lord.
You win the war before you start. It's a war, you know. But the Armageddon war, we think that was a simple thing. It we have faced in a physical form, yeah, so. And if it was
and
possible,
a lot of it is internal also.
It's a mental thing, Chris. It's a mental war. If them can make you stress and give up your God and give up your faith in a God, you live like them.
Yeah.
And dead for nothing. You see it? My Lord, bless it.
And have a priest nap.
Yes, through the chair. When I hear the I mention that sometimes the disturbances that happen after a service, you know, I can say give thanks to a man like Andrew Priest Knuckles, you know, and Iman and other ones that we don't face that issue down here in Miami. At least I don't remember.
That's all right.
No, because there is a certain precedent we set and every man come in and abide within our uprightness. So we never have that issue, my lord, from, you know what I mean, anyone. Coming through, as I say, with our living and the rituals and where we learn from the campground, you know, the joy and the whole essence of it, you know, shape I and I, you know, shape I and I that we can go anywhere in the world and move and blend and still hold with dignity, you know. In those days, that seed was planted in our mind, you know, of Africa. And as we go along, you know, at least I know I've had opportunity to be on the land and couple of the countries. And actually doing the work and every priest as what just said, we've been doing quietly, me and I go as fast as though we would have did like it. But at least we know said there is works and seed planted, man. Because when I go amongst all of those children, them in the school in Uganda, can share with them and sing with them, and reason with them. And what I mean, just bless them and uplift them liberty. I mean, come on, what I mean? That is part of what godliness is all about, my Lord. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's a bill, from lowland to island, you know what I mean?
My Lord.
Give thanks, yes, my Lord and Empress. So that's it, love. Give thanks, few words.
Honorable Priest Doggy.
Honorable.
Yeah, you want to get your answer? You
Royal
want me
Chair.
to?
So,
Go ahead.
Priest Earl, like,
Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes, my Lord and Empress, Royal
My
family.
Lord.
Yeah, man. A big question, yet is a small question. Yeah, so what I and I father say, you know what I mean? Because remember, I was one of the sealer. Maybe being one of the youngest priests out of all of the priests are here, because I think they already had them are priests before I. You know what I mean? Yes, but you know what I mean? So was with the father in that final moment, and go to the father in the morning and the word that we do get, to carry forward to the congregation, which is so important, So the father always tell us that I and I win out because as the workman, which is in us also, but sitting down there at the moment, he emphasize that the emperor do win out. You see it? He emphasize that the honorable prophet do win out. And he emphasized that, the high priest, which is King Emmanuel, win out. All I and I have to do now to help him is just live good. Because as long as we don't do this thing in a unity, where as a Congress, we have a online parliament, not moving with, and I as elder who were there with them, So this is one of the struggle that is affecting our Father, not just us, but our Father which is in us, right? If we don't get that unity, that's how I and I should get it. To find, say, hold on the redemption. You see it? But if we come together, we are the said people that tear down this Jericho wall. So, in at the time of fasting, I want even the greatest time when we could have used the 100% of ourselves. You see it at this moment, to shake up the earth and to shake all these buildings where the man say, in time to come, there going to be an earthquake where even in Jamaica, and not just Jamaica alone, but the wickedness where they take place in Jamaica. You see it? You know what I mean? And then the goodness also, because Rastafari did rise out of Jamaica, never bow to the conformity. That's why when we are speaking, we know, say, I and I just have put out the question, but I and I know the answer through our good teacher, one perfect love. Right?
My Lord.
Yeah, through the chair now.
Honorable Priest.
Yeah, well said, Honorable Priest Earl. Well said, my brethren. Yeah, man. Now, I have to put in the disclaimer as we are streaming so people can understand. I and I are administrators. We are engaged in a topic of discussion. And the way we are formatting discussion is to bring out the knowledge that we need, the information that we need from one another to put the puzzle together. Because none of us have the ultimate answer, but together we can find that answer. Now, with that said, the man said, our father, King Emmanuel, the man defined religion as Satanism. Religions. Now, let's be, let's define it. Religion meaning and the institutionalized format of worship that the modern world adheres to. See, the father says Satanism because one, if we know the history of how religion took root, we would know that it's through violence, through the Crusades, and with the other religions, jihads and holy wars and unholy wars, and yeah, that's how the whole religion was spread to the four corners of the earth. So the Rastaman now, not just our father, but the Rastaman, rising up as a Rastafari, as a Rasta youth myself, that was one of the things that attracted I to Rastafari because it rejected the notion of religion. And we defined how we lived as a way of life because we live within the context of nature, within the confines of nature, trying to remain as natural as possible. Now, if the practices of religion have generated such negative um, vibrations throughout time, how do we define ourselves embracing crucifixion, resurrection as a religious practice, Lent as a religious practice? Because Lent is a religious practice, no matter how we're going to try to redefine it and term it. Its origins, its everything is within a religious settings. It was created by a religious fraternity, named by a religious fraternity. Yes, the essence of the practice originated before they formalized it, but it is their formalized version that is named Lent. And the whole practice of resurrection, as was stated in the readings, which is recorded in history, comes through religion. Again, religion which was embraced by Africans in the 1st to 3rd century AD. So now, what I and I is saying, what was our ancestors doing before all of that? Since the fact and the truth is that knowledge came down the Nile, culminated in Egypt, and was taught to the rest of the earth. So what was our ancestors doing before the Europeans came and formalized it and gave it names? Getting back to that knowledge, to that understanding, to those methods of science. Because if you read everything, when you're reading all of these historical narratives, it constantly tell you that our ancestors were scientists. Them talk of the Dogons, them talk of the Ethiopians, them talk of the different ones with their scientific methods on which modern science is today built. Now we find, say, I don't want to be long-winded, but I have to explain the fullness. We find, say, today, our science is not working. Yeah, I understand. I'm not going opposing no one statement and all the colorfulness that was said already. It is not in opposition to that, my lord. So I don't want no one jump into any feelings. I'm not opposing anyone. I am just making
Go on reason, priest. Go on reason. We
yeah, a
understand.
statement of clarity. See, now our science is not working today. We have to take a look at that because we have been trying to bring unity within even our little midst as a Congress and a House. And we can't seem to find that scientific formula. Now, Priest Nappy stated the formula or stated the science, Priest Oswald expressed how the science is supposed to work. Priest Nappy said the science is love. Priest Oswald stated how it's supposed to work. Saying, so it is not a word, it is an action, it's something that you do. It is expressed in your action. So it's to look at why our science is not working. Because we're doing the rituals, but the science of the rituals not working. People are being taken in our midst and losing their lives. All kinds of things are happening amongst us that are not normal then, that we are not used to, especially back in the day when we were together as a family within a camp setting. So to look at it, because that is why we are here. We're trying to find the formula back to some solidness of our existence and not this precarious existence that we are engaged in right now, where everything is unstable and everything is confrontational. Just like the precept continuing my reasoning, we have to constantly be making disclaimers because people get offended easy when we are all saying the same thing, But we can't say the same thing the same way and come up with the science that we need. We each have to express it from our inner in the way that we are seeing it. So we all hear it, put it together, and then find the proper chronology that makes it empowered. See, yeah. So the essence of what I'm saying to sum it all up, our science hasn't been working. We need to look at why it hasn't been working and how we can modify it to try some other way then, because the way in which we have normally been doing what we do is not having the results that we need it to have. Blessed.
My Lord, Majesty, when you said to quantify with what is going on and what we've been doing, you know what comes to my heavens? The analogy when the man then went by the tomb and them not see the flesh what them expect accustomed seeing, but them see a next flesh. And the flesh walk with them, they thought it was the gardener. And then when the flesh reason with them, because they say, he said, well, go and hear them say, where you was? Then if you did at Jerusalem for the last couple of days, you don't know what go on? And then they start talking, and then him kick in and start reason with them. And I show them back the same teachment from them times there, that after him left, the man them say, but wait, but that was the man. But you can't remember how when him had reason how him had be burning with meditation, emotion, and rise the fire in them. Me say that to say each of us could speak about moments like that, even unto today, with what we know and the way how we carry ourselves. We find ourselves sometime in some conversation with not Rasta, not Bobo, people of the world, and they get so intrigued with our meditation and our reason, our mannerism, our manner of dress. Priest Earl could affiliate to that, could attest to that when Dr. Arikana and them come on Ayad and see the man them. Oh, they were so very much impressed. So we seeing the effects of what the man taught us when we speak and carry ourselves round and about. As we say now, the key is to people who find it to synchronize. So I understand what the priest say the science what we working, what we using, it now work, yet still it a work, Sometimes it work even against us, but it a work, So we on that quest to see how we could stimulate flesh to unite some flesh, I think they thrive on the disunity. Because I tell them experience, I think again, first they were, very disrespectful on the Sabbath day. Very disrespectful. Yet still the silence of those and the inactivity of them make it thrive. So we had to stand up with this thing as not a friend thing. I hear Honorable Priest Nappy, I know them vibes after service come down in Miami and the vibes. I know them vibes when service come down and, the place coming and everything. But there's a real different thing going on right now. Almost every Sabbath. See, where after service, reason come out in an argumentative way. So I think it have once, and when I want to be too long-winded, it have a mindset that thriving on our disunity. It have a mindset that is thriving on our disunity, my lad. Yeah.
And through the chair, as I and I streaming as well and speaking to the world, and I will say this, and this is factual, and the world can attest to this. It is not I and I alone. We are not insulated in this. You understand? Or we are not isolated in this. It is what is affecting us globally as a people. You look and you watch the whole African revelation that's going on the continent right now with the different, and I'm not talking about the great moves that are taking place with the young leaders. That's on a different level. That's the hope right there. That's the silver lining in the dark cloud. See, I am talking about what's going on in Nigeria, what's going on in South Sudan, in the Congo. You understand? Major dying, major murders, you understand? Mayhem, displacement of people. What's going on in Ethiopia? The seat of holiness. These are signs of the times. These are not something we can religiously narrate them. But if we are going to look at them practically, they are signs of the times. Because I am no greater than the Ethiopian, I am no greater than the Congolese, I am no greater than any of the entities there that's going through the trauma of what they are facing right now. See? So I must see myself as they are. And why? What is the purpose? Why can't we find that unity is the solution to what plagues us? Why is it so hard for I and I as a nation of people? We understand the outside impact. We understand Europe and what the role they play and all of that. We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about we are the majority in the different nation states of Africa. What is stopping the brain powers? Because it's the brain powers that are colliding and doing the damage down here. It's not the simple people. The simple people looking to the brain powers to lead them. What is stopping them as humankind coming together and doing what they need to do for the preservation of them nation state and the majority of them people? There is an element that is among humans right now that is causing disarray. And we can look at the politics in America. We can look at what is happening in England, where I am even flabbergasted to see that England, over the last couple of years, have had people of color sitting in their highest offices. Prime Minister of England, being an dark-skinned Indian. There's so much different things that are happening that we didn't know we would see, and we can't clarify within the time and space that we are. We have to assess our science and see how we fit into this. We're not insular. That's it.
My lord. Floor is open, my lord.
Through the chair, my Lord, Honorable Priest Brown.
Honorable Priest, my Lord.
Oh, give thanks to the blessed assurance, knowing that it has worked and it is working and it's continually working. And will always work, my Lord. Primarily, I would just say that if one should even check the history of what takes place in Jerusalem through Rome concerning the tabernacle and the worship order, if I want to get the full clarity, one would understand that in early stages, it was only a handful that maintained even Sabbath is for everyone, but the most important duties, even beginning before the everyday Psalm, the 6 days a week Psalms reading came about, was the Monday and Wednesday fasting, which because of material and physical distractions was always left unattended. One of the big attempts for even rectify that was say a portion of Virgin coming from foreign and work as a team, because coming from the universal field concerning the activity of the leading priest that took on the duty to feed the leading priest out of his own kitchen. So the congregation cannot say the leading priest are sit down upon them. Because at the time, ones and ones still never see the importance, as Mida said, of fulfilling the Monday, Wednesday service. So even in this time when the church is again under persecution, when Dada is not physically there to sponsor priests, and we still have not yet taken up that full responsibility for and setting that within our governmental settings. That is the reason, that is the levels where I say which contribute to the weakness. Because as it is written in the Psalms, daily shall his vows ascend. Praises not ascending, we have to give thanks to the mercy we show up away. Holy Emmanuel eyes. Rastafari. My Lord and Empress.
My Lord, give thanks on our Priest Brown. I'm looking at the eye trait of your ear with no hair on your face.
To the chair.
My Lord, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord. Yes, please, no, sir.
Is there anyone else that is in line to speak, my Lord?
No, my Lord.
Okay. Well, I guess one of the things the Honorable Priest said. We are taught this thing on the hill that Marcus Garvey had a reasoning with Winston Churchill. And the final sentence that Churchill said to Marcus to win the debate, him think. But that I put in your people to take thousands of years to come out. This is the element that is causing us not to come to that unity priesthood. Hundreds of years of doctrination teaching us to separate amongst ourselves and make it hard for us to come together. But in reality, playing in the world, when His Majesty went to the League of Nations for arms, as religious as a Muslim, never sit down and pray, say, the war will go away, him go for arms. The European nations had agreed that they would never make Africans have possession of arms and nuclear stuff. So we must see the Goliath that we're fighting and not say something that we short of. We're not short of nothing. The transformation through education to do our own science and our own education system for the development of us as a people is taking place. It not happen overnight, for it never take overnight for them do it like this. His Majesty say in his words, a man without religion is like a ship without a rudder. Yes, we quite accept the fact that Western religion, they have set up business and corrupt the mind into not being within them divine energy and self think. But we have been kept out of the institutions of higher learning. Most of the man them, the chief them in the different countries in Africa, they send their children to Europe for higher education. And we attest to it that it is an enslavement. Education without justice is still an enslavement. So let us look at the causes that cause these effects that we are experiencing in a realistic mode. It's not that our science isn't working. For them, science is the science of evil and destruction, and that around the world, force. So the man coming up power and say him can go take over Canada, take over Greenland, take over, is force. And we don't have that, we have not come to our industrial development yet as a people in Africa to build our own stuff. If we want war, then we have to go buy gun from one of them, bullet from another one of them, to go fight them. That's a losing strategy. So our education and our development as a people is coalescing. And we have to spit out some of these leaders that them only a front man for the European ideology and them things that have enslaved us and colonized us for so much under the years. That is our enemy and that is our struggle. It's not our spirituality or lack of it. My Lord and Majesty, blessed.
Honorable priest, blessed love. Floor is open.
To the chair, my lord.
My Lord.
Priest Rashavanas was asking a question. How do we quantify our history? To quantify something is to be able to measure it. Because you use numbers, you quantify numbers. And you use words to identify letters, right? To discover or to express the quality of a logic. To specify the quantity or the term of using something. To measure the size or the amount of something and to express it. It is as a number, a difficult one, a hard one, an impossible one, just to quantify it. There's an economics course of it, complexity. So what we have to do, what the question Professor want to ask is that how to quantify our whole life history past. I mean, he asks us to do inventory on all what we had ever done in our life. That we're quantifying it doing. Because we are quantifying what we did, what we didn't do, what we need to do. And by doing that, we just taking a measurement. It is critical, but it's a measurement that could provide something essential for us to help us sustain our growth. And all life thrives on feedback. And without feedback, people dies. So we must know in going around playing things, we could go and make a mistake. So the question what Priest want to have was so accurate. How are we going to do our inventory? I'm using a different word, but meaning the same thing. How are we going to quantify our history to know where we are, where we went wrong, and where we must go next, my Lord and Majesty?
Honorable priest, give thanks.
Felix,
Yes.
thanks for that understanding.
One second, my lord. Sorry, priest. 1 second. I must commend the great I must commend Priest Oswald right there, so. See, yeah, yes, my lord, the I put it in proper wording, proper wording. I couldn't do it a better job than how the I state it, because that the I seem to be the only one so far that fully get the question that I'm gonna pose. Give thanks. So I appreciate it.
And I will Priest Evans, my
Yeah,
lord.
I was going to acknowledge that too, because the measurement, is really how to check it, If we measure, our sayings and doings over the years, we could understand why things is how it is now, As Priest said, the ambience might have felt strong, but still it had other things that could have been done that could have reflect on our future right now, So it's just that we have to look at. Pardon me, I'm coming.
Yes,
Floor
Lord,
is
the
open.
item getting yes, family. The item is getting what I am alluding to now. By those two conversations that just the item is getting to the crux of what I was asking. Because I am not, as I was making the disclaimer, I am not undermining or questioning our liberty. Let's use that word, our liberty. Our liberty is perfect. It's imperfect people trying to live a perfect ideology. Put it that way. See? So we understand that what we are doing is assessment. And this has been going on since week on the platform, the priest platform. We're doing assessment because that's the only way we know where we're at and how things are functioning. You have to do your reflection, your introspection, your maintenance, assessment, to know what is going on. See, and so that is you're exactly right. I don't have to be long-winded. Priest Oswald said it. Blessed Lord.
Floor is open, and now that we hear audience with priest and priest, kind of open it up. Well, anyone have any intake on it? How we quantify and our experience from that time to this time, and how we can make it work, or the relevance, or
To the chair. Yes, what we lack experience in, say that's a small quantity of that from them time. These are the things that we have to build upon and get a higher measurement. If we never do no whole heap of financial affairs in the past, we couldn't expect to be millionaires today. We never went to no schools and universities and these things. We couldn't expect to be psychologists and so the things what we missed out on in the past. These are the things we have to buck up on now. And it's just natural. More so when we first come to the Congress, as come to the Congress, as I said, that ambience is more what hold most of us. From that time and even till in the later times too, right? But we see in life to be prosperous and to be successful, it will take more than just that.
Natural.
Yeah, it'll take a whole lot more than just that. And that is the measurement, the measurement we need to raise up to, My Lord.
My Lord. Floor open, my Lord. An Empress.
What we need to do is to rebuild trust in each other and make examples of everything we're going to do. And what I think is happening, sometimes when some people say a word, people doesn't know the meaning of the word. Don't be scared to say you don't know the meaning of the word so we can get to the roots of it and solve the problem, because we could do everything right here. We are creating, if we do our inventory, I do inventory every night. And I just see how much mistakes I make for the day. and how much new things I have to do the next day. So why Paul say I die every day because of my sin. So be occupied with different things, and to quantify something is just the quantity or the measurement, as Priest Sevens saying, an abstract of the qualitative concept while measuring to the numerical value of the quantity expressed in a specific unit, my Lord and Empress. So sometimes when people don't know the meaning of a word, we just have to look it up and help each other and strengthen each other. When a man talk, is God talking to our next man through I and I. It's connected, the royal telephone cord runs through all of I and I, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
And through the chair, we have one topic that we didn't touch on. We have one topic on the agenda that we overlook, and I think this is a good place to put it in before we seal up. Divination, it was part of the whole discussion, because we're gonna talk about resurrection and the science of resurrection and the whole science of our practices. We have to go forward again, like we said, to our ancestral versions of things. So now in conjuring, that word that the sister used last week, in conjuring the energies of our ancestors, seeing, because that's what we seek to do in our rituals. When we are there and here, we hear the Marcus side, it's to invoke that Marcus energy, seeing among I and I, to rejuvenate I and I spirit towards whatever our mission is. See, so this whole concept of divination is how our ancestors did it back in the day. Do we understand it, especially as a priest order, especially as the Melchizedek order of priests? Do we understand what divination is? Do we acknowledge it? Do we, in any way, is it applicable to us? Is there any relevance to it? Yeah, that is the question on the table. Back to the chair.
My Lord. Floor open, my Lord.
Yes, Honorable Chair, as the Honorable Priest has also said, sometime our road put there where it need a little dictionary understanding, because
Honorable Priest, go ahead, Priest, sir. Go ahead, Priest, sir. Go on.
yes, true, with upon different level within our understanding of words, I mean, so some of the time you call upon priest, not your priest as well, and come up with that little of the dictionary, what the dictionary say.
Divination, right?
Any one of the man, whether priest as well or priest nappy, if you can just give me a sound pan, give the platform the standard declaration or meaning of divination.
That's a serious one. To me, divinity is godly.
It
To be
will
divine,
mean just like for sound, that sound divine, divination. You agree? Okay, you can read it off of the screen, it's right on the screen there. The practice of seeking knowledge of the future, the unknown, or super means.
My Lord and Majesty.
Yes, man.
To me,
Yes, my Lord.
divinity is a godly word. They use it in religious
No, it's not
things.
divinity. No. It's not divinity. No. Not divinity. We have
Not divinity.
divination.
Or
No,
divination.
divination. Divination is an action. It's a ceremonial that is performed in Africa by our ancestors and by
The tech
indigenous
have it
people
up
as well.
on the screen. It's on the screen. Divination.
Read it up. Read it. I'll wear my glasses so then can read.
Divination. The practice of seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown by supernatural means. A myriad of different techniques to communicate with the supernatural in order to gain access to that special knowledge. That's what divination means. So
Yeah,
please, Doug, you could repeat.
In the African context, it means a means of communicating with the ancestors. It's an ancestral practice in the African context. Bless you.
So you did give an example, like when you say, when we hear Marcus, it's like that Marcus spirit we try to invoke, like what you were saying, priest. Priest Dougie. Priest Rasavana, you hear me?
I'm here, you know. I wasn't here a moment. Sorry.
All right. You did give us sort of an example when we say Marcus it's like we are invoke the Marcus spirit. That's what you were saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you like that to have sort of
Yes,
a
my Lord.
divination as according to what we see in the meaning here, right?
Yes, I.
Okay, my lord. And the floor is open, my lord.
That is what we are alluding to, you know, what we are doing, what we do in our service is perform science. That's why there is no separation between science and real theology. No, we're not talking about the hocus pocusness of what the world has, but real theology and science are combined. Yes, please, sorry.
I just want to say with that definition there.
I mean, I have 3 sevens.
Bless the love.
Yeah, Priest Rasavana.
Bless the love.
All right, go ahead, Priest Evans.
Blessed. You hear me?
Yes, my lord.
Blessed. Yeah, okay. Yeah, with that definition there, we have to understand supernatural then, right? Because, I heard one speak about supernatural, like we don't deal with that. It's just a natural, So we have to look into supernatural now, right? And if we accept that definition, then we have to accept what is greater than what natural. So I don't know. I'm bringing that to the table now. I know how we see supernatural. We accept that.
My Lord and Majesty, the floor is open, and I have a priest pose a question.
I want to say still is a thing that perceived in certain ways is perceived as ghosts and goblins and magical things, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that still. What is of the unseen could be considered as supernatural, and that doesn't have to mean ghosts and goblins.
My Lord. My Lord.
Yeah, so I just help out.
Yeah,
Help
through
out
the chair.
Yes.
Yeah, through the chair.
Yes, priest.
Yeah, Yeah, the ghosts and goblins thing. That is the European Halloween and the foolishness. You know, when we talk about spirit, we're talking about outside of the flexical realm. See, that is where, like we say, our science approved. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, and we know that we are energy. It's the energy that I am speaking to you right now. Seeing, and the item is conversing with I. Seeing the life force in I and I. And we know that existed prior to taking this vessel. So when we transcend, it goes back to its natural state of existence, whatever that is, and whatever plane that is.
To the
The
chair.
system are going away
Yes,
today.
please, until
Got you, priest as well.
please, as I
Yeah, I had to come off.
here.
I had to come off. I had to come off for a little minute, but I want to say something before I come off because
Well,
it's such an interesting conversation. We're not keep up the good work. The art is an art, right?
all right, go on, please,
Divination.
Aswan.
Divination is an art or a practice that seeks to foresee or foretell the future events or discover hidden knowledge using by interpretation, omens, or your intuitive way, or a way you perceive things, perception, and it becomes divinatory when we are doing it, when we become that God and make that Godship. When you have to make a choice and make a decision, like when Marcus Garvey was in the hole and the ladder wasn't there, you had to become a God and create yourself. Your father did went back for him. I'm just saying, when we in position, we have to go to that divination. We have to go into that God realms. Be like God. Think you know the future. Think you know what's going to happen or not. You know, there's a law prohibiting various forms of witchcraft and divination can be found in the books of Exodus, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy. These include the following as translated verses of Exodus 22:18. So you shall not tolerate the sorceries of the biblical Hebrews or the people who was nominated to control us, my Lord and Majesty. I'm coming forward on. I have to get exit for a minute. Pardon me, my Lord and Majesty.
Yeah, that's a wider context than what we heard earlier on the definition of divination. You know, hearing a better priest, I'm saying.
Yeah,
Am
we
I
can.
being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. All right. Let me just quickly and let you go, Empress. What I was saying earlier is that divination is what we do in our tabernacle. It's a science. You know, we might not understand that and we might not apply that title to it, but it's the same principle or outcome we seek in doing what we do. It gives us clairvoyance. You know, like how we always, Marcus, we said we are there to three energies of human existence: the king, the priest, and the prophet. We say that the prophet gives vision, the king gives law, and the priest gives ceremonial order. Seeing? So we look to the three of them for those energies. Seeing? So in our ceremonies, in our invocation ceremonies, where we are inviting the spirits of our ancestors into our midst, those energies, those courageous energies, those wise energies, those, you know, righteous energies into our midst. We do that in the tabernacle with the science that we perform. You understand? That's why there is a practical reality to what we do. It is not religion. That is why our Father didn't declare it as such. It's not religion. It's higher than religion. It's a science. That's why they used to call Dada the science man. Everybody knew him as the science man who knew him from early days. See, just like how them knew Hibbert. See, Hibbert as a science man, Brother Lover as a science man. Those early set of Rastaman will come up around the Father's time. They were all bridging of high scientists, of high science, knowledge of science. Just like how them said the emperor was a master Kabbalist and he was a grandmaster of necromancy. Two disciplines of science, all coming from the same concept, because within them, divination is a part of their fullness. They seek the guidance of their ancestors in giving them a view into the future. So Marcus Garvey, in life, could prophesy and say, this is going to happen. A man I was sit 10 miles from the bloody city on the northeast side of Warwick Hill, watching Babylon Road, red hot, seeing, and that man there go do such and such and such, and look to Africa, for there a king shall be crowned, and when you see that king crown, say redemption is nigh. He could do that because he invoked the energy of the ancestors and was spiritually guided within that information. That's the science we're talking about. That's the science we're trying to get back to, family. That's the science that they took us from. That's the science that you hear people like James Small and John Henry Clark and those our intellectuals of that early time speak of. Even Garvey speak of. That's the science that we are rising again. Garvey figured it out. At first, he didn't. He said, where the black man government? Where's the black man of big affairs? Him saw none. But then him say, well, I went set out to create such. So he had to go learn the science of thrift, how to make money, how to create economic independence. So he could build a nation because a nation has to be economically independent. So he went and he learned that. See, practical application of our rituals, and from the practical application of it, we get a practical outcome. If we are not getting the outcome with which our rituals are designed to bring to us, then we have an ingredient in there that is not right, an ingredient that needs to be changed. There's something in there that needs to be modified, is where I and I is going with this whole concept of reason. Blessed love.
Right here.
To the chair. To the
Yes,
chair.
honorable priest. Yes, yeah.
The Empress was first. The Empress was first.
I was just going, I pray to my Lord and Empress. I was just going to kind of repeat, especially when it comes to the last definition where it states a myriad of different techniques to communicate with the supernatural in order to gain access to that special knowledge. It's the way we call on our ancestors. You kind of said it and took it away from me, but the way we call on our, even when we're doing libations, when libation is being done and you're calling on the ancestors, or you're calling on the ancestors to assist for a certain cause or to get an effect, is what I see divination a part of as divination. My God.
We in here, Empress. You had to chip out.
Hear me? No, I was
But
saying.
I did hear, I know, but maybe others may but I did hear straight through. Go through again, Empress.
No, I was just equating it to calling on your ancestors, the way we call on our ancestors, especially through libation. I mean, you said it through what you do in the tabernacle and invoking the spirit of the prophet, priest, and king, but it's also calling upon the ancestors for a specific cause, I guess. My Lord. And I stand.
Yes, Royal.
Yeah, I understand
you.
Yes.
Yes, Royal Chair.
Yes, honorable priest.
Yes, about the high science of the the hour harder, which is also the altar call. Remember, everything. Mathematics for a whole is high science, because when them came in at the evening at the pyramid and them measurement, them see, them see the pi, them see everything, the golden spiral, everything. So even on the altar, if you notice, the second man and him get the first him, right? The the 7 man, him get the sixth him. You see it? So his high science is taking place right even on the altar way. As the priest says, some of the time I hears and we have eyes and we don't see what is taking place right in front of us, But it is a mathematical order including algebra and all the different thought of math. I did give it to the world, right? Yes. So even the first man now, which is the man who preside over the service, he end up getting the seven hymn. You see? So even right on the altar, as I say, the high science is taking place right there. Right? You know what I mean? So even the leading priest, when he pray, kind of pray a little different from even the other 6 man them, because his head turned directly at east. The other man them head turned to the north. Yeah, according to how the altar set, you know what I mean? And them go underneath the altar, you know what I mean? And remember, the turning again is a vertical turn, right? You know what I mean? Yes, it's a vertical turn. We all turn from our vertical side. So, we just come forward, but it is a beautiful order. And, so we still have to wait for time because they say, more than 400 years in Babylon. And I think them say 2019 was the year of return. So we know, say, a prophecy of history. And, at the side, I have to make ourselves ready because it is coming where they recognize that even the Baba Shanti in our weakness, at the best form, in the highest form of Rastafari, where everyone, even the other Rasta house, do respect us, one perfect love.
My Lord, Majesty bless. Floor is open. In going along with that reasoning and the understanding of the word divination, it will bring to light when we're on the altar as Christian priests. It's not just a reciting thing, because it breaks down like that, especially here in Trinidad. It's more like a reciting. And if we listen to the science, the chant we bring in could be associated with the service, and the theme of the whole service going through. So it's a complete package, a message, instead of performance of different ones, just reciting, What do you think of that, my lad?
Yeah, through the chair. Quickly, I'll just jump in quickly. Yeah, because you see, as the captain now, the captain and the goal. Let's talk about the science of this thing, since we're there. The captain and the goal, we plug into him, There's a current supposed to run down the line to the 7 priests, That is what creates the what we call it, the synchronicity. Without synchronicity, the service order is not achieved, the full order, the perfection of the order is not achieved. It's the synchronicity. You see, when things synchronize, when we have feel off of the energy of the captain have all the way nice, the energy just right. See, you can feel the energy. It's an energy. You can feel the current. The current just come down the line. You don't even have to dig deep to find what to chant. because you're feeding off of one
That
another.
flow.
So the chant,
That
yeah man,
flow.
the chant them just come out. Yeah man, the chant them just come out. And the chant them, why them coming out that way that to you don't even know why you go chant when you go chant. It's because it's the memory. What that call that muscle memory
What's the
in I
memory?
and I. Yeah, in I and I that is coming forward within that moment. And the right words to invoke the energy that we are trying to invoke just come up out of the priest. Like the man said, open your mouth and you fill it with words. So
That's a
the leading priest, the captain goes up, bam and chant after chant. And the chant just current up the second priest, and the second priest just add to it. And him current up the third priest, and I just saw it go down the line from the altar. Anytime you have it synchronized, yes. No man have it. It's no struggle. Everything just light. It go down. The seventh man know exactly what to say without even having to think. Him say it, it seal the deal, and it come right back. And you see, if it's a chorus line, the chorus where the captain will pick next is right
Yeah.
in line with
Right in line.
right
Right.
in line with energy bridge. See?
So
So it's a
then,
science for performing here, and we don't realize it. We just think, like you said, sorry, priest, I'm going to let you go. But we just think say, the recital thing,
yes.
the kind of choir practice recital thing is it. That is
Yeah.
not it. That's why the man said, leave the thing them out the door, before you enter the tabernacle. Whatever it is that you felt negative, dust it off. Leave it right at the door.
That's it.
Left it with your sandals right there, so. And you step in now with your open mind, with your free heart, and your mount the goal. When you pray, yes, when you pray before you come up, you must be coming up light. If you're not coming up light, you need to go down back to pray again and lighten your
That's
load.
a
So when you
fire.
come up, you come up light. You see, when you come up light now and you face the congregation is seeing that light in your eyes. The eyes is a mirror to the soul, so the congregation is seeing that reflection from your image. And there becomes the synchronicity. There is how we start to synchronize. We control the congregation, not the congregation controlling us. The altar controls the congregation. And as so now the captain and the seven priests start to minister the energy of God in the congregation, into the whole tabernacle. See? High science.
Right.
High science.
So then, question in going on reasoning. When we see Sabbath morning and you only see 3 priests or 4 priests, we actually weakening the science then.
Then we wonder why the science not working. We wonder why the
That's
science not working.
right.
The science is to have how many hymns? To have the 6 hymn, the maximum amount of hymn is the science, To have the 24th Psalm chant at the right time of the day when it is to be chanted. See? To have the book read within the right timing. It's a sequence thing. It's a science. It's an order. That's why the man says an order, The Melchizedek order. Everything is precisely set out. And if you don't follow, it's like a recipe. If you deviate from the recipe, you don't get the product that you were looking to get.
What you're looking for.
See, so if you look at apple pie and you take the apple out of it, you go and get some other type of pie, but you're not getting apple pie.
That's all right. Floor is open, my lad.
Yes, Royal Chair.
Another priest, my lad.
Yes, you speak about the when you come out of the service, what take place in Trinidad. But what when the service finished, what we should have what the father said believe that we should do when we come out of the altar. So that is not taking place. So as long as that is not taking place, you have a seal part of the science that we should do. But instead of doing that part, now we stop on a reason, and we should not. No reason supposed to go on at that moment when we come out of the altar, because there is something that we should do. But we always do. But when you break down these things, like when you always start quarreling, and one of the things we should do, we singing the whole of the love, go out your gates, and that was such a beautiful part when you reach your gates before. And you hear a man, a singer going up the hill, and you know what I mean? But through your gates is nearer. You know what I mean? You could hear that man continue singing going up. So that want to come forward, you know, the thing when you come up with the service instead of we start reason. You see it?
See,
Yes.
but here the scenario on but priest. True, me not have no gates up there. When we come off service, me and couple of man, because enough of we just come from outer door, outer road for service to even go through. So that means to say at the food house we have to sit down there now until most of the time service now rise up at evening. So you find from we come down from 12, we have to go sit down in that food house there till 6 o'clock. You know, so that you can have someone to sit down in the food house. And sometimes there's some beautiful vibes go through. But then it have certain spirit from them today. It's be an argument start going. Honorable Empress.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks again for the royal family and this lovely reason going through. But I just want to give the item a little bit of my glorification. If I may,
Oh,
I
you
don't want to go
certainly
off
may.
script. I don't want to go off topic, but and I want to show the item my wonderful moment, when I came that Friday night and visit a foundation, you know, it was such a delight. It was such a joy. It was such wonderful experience, for me and my family. Something that I've been longing for, that I never get. Yes, when I was growing up, yes, I grew up in the church, always going to Sunday school, etc., etc. But now as I get a little bit older, and my husband see Rastafari and bring me to Rastafari, which, but I always longing that I want to be somewhere where my sister's Rastafari woman and a whole is, that I can get some great teaching, about the culture, about myself, who I am, etc., etc., and how to, you know, grow up and can defend Rastafari and love the culture. So when I came in that Friday night, that glorious moment, I see angels on earth, coming out of the tabernacle, all dressed in robes of white and so on. That is my joyful moment. That's a moment that I will never forget. You understand? Will always be with me. That wonderful moment that Friday night, 10 o'clock, and the hymn was, "Come all ye thankful people, come." I'll never forget that hymn. And it was 9 of us, included me and Daniels together, because I was pregnant with him. And when they came and circled around the gatehouse, at the round house, never there where it is, they hop like a more where they have the flag them right now. And these wonderful people came and circled the round house with me and my family. And the joy and the shouting and the giving God thanks for the angel them coming in. And everybody's saying it's a wonderful service. And I don't remember who was the leading priest, but they were telling, "My Lord, your service is great. You're bringing 9 angels." So those are the moments,
Yeah,
You're not hearing me?
yeah, the chip
Yeah,
out
man,
from
where are
the
you, man?
phone.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
those, I'm sorry about that. I can't anger the phone thing more time. It give me stress. But anyhow, those were the moments that keep me going, And then when I
Rastafari.
realized that I have a tabernacle to sing, because I'm small, I told you all that they used to put me in a little chair to sing. My voice was loud, but I was small. And so my bigger sister was to stand with me. I used to sing for a congregation of people, church full in and out,
Rastafari.
to hear the little 4-year-old, 5-year-old singing. This when Warrior Day, when they crucify my Lord, and Negroes be the shine, with the pure bright light, as I can remember. Voice very big, but yet small. So my Lord, that was one of the happiness, the happy moment, not happiness, there's no happiness, a moment for me to know that I have a tabernacle to sing, you know, and to praise God and to glorify. That was my joy and fulfill, you know. And I tell you, brethren, right now, I miss my tabernacle. I miss it so much, you know, but God said, you are the first tabernacle. So I take that and comfort my heart more time to know that the singing is in me. I am the first tabernacle, so I just sing to myself. So these are the wonderful moments, you know, as I go, as I visit the foundation, and then I decide, so this is where I want to be. I don't want to be nowhere else but up on this mountain here. I thank my King man for taking me there. I thank Dada for accepting us, you know, and teach us the way. Even though lots of tribulation I go through, you know, I lost my first son there, but thank God I'm still standing, you know, and I'm still giving him thanks, you know, for all that he has done.
Rastafari.
Yeah, you know,
Yes,
for
sir.
me and my family, you know. So, my Lord, let's be strong, and no matter what throw at us, we shall overcome. We must overcome through Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Well, when we hear people like you say that, it gives me an extra strength. Yes, so yeah, there's a strength to us all, Empress Macy. One who will beloved.
Oh God.
Through the chair.
Yes, Honorable Priest. Good.
Honorable Empress Maisie.
My Lord. Yes, Honorable Priest.
Those words of strength, Honorable Empress.
My Lord.
Sweet, you know? That's the
Yes,
Can I
Honorable.
break up, Priest?
Yeah, man, I was just giving thanks to the Royal Empress for such words of strength, you know?
Rastafari, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord. You all strength keeping me going. Love you all. Blessing.
Nice love. True chat.
Honorable Priest Servants, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. I want to even relate Mama Maisie's experience and everything what we're talking about with divination. No? If we look at that definition, right, it doesn't really speak anything about godliness, but it more refers to supernatural ability, you know? And I was saying that what is related to supernatural is more so what is unseen, right? But what out in the world, what the teachers is unseen as only ghosts and those things. But the basic things, what is unseen, exercises our spirituality, right? And that is how I related to what Mama Maisie experience was there just now, right? When we feel happiness, when we feel bliss and joy, right? That is a level of spirituality, our spirituality being exercised, right? And looking into spirituality, like I said, is not just godliness, you know, because it has spiritual iniquity too, right? So it's all how you do your thing. Because the man who boil him pot and throw him thing in him pot and talk him thing with wicked desires in whatever way, he is exercising his level of spiritual wickedness. Right? So when we partake in the fellowship and the goodness and the joy, you understand, we exercise our spiritual righteousness, spiritual upliftment, right? And that is the way how or the main way how I see that we make our how the term we use in divination possible, right? By exercising our unseen feelings, feelings on the whole is unseen, basically. Right? The way you feel about things, the emotion, how emotional you are about something, your sincere desire towards something, that is exercising your spirituality, right? And that is how I see what our ancestors used to do. And this is what we come and do in our form, as we're talking about in the service. You understand? That's how we're now talking about on the altar, same way. Right? We go on the altar and we're supposed to go up there with a sincere heart, you understand? Free heart and free spirit. There you go again. You see that free spirit. So that is you see the term sounds like it's talking about divinity, you know, but it's not divinity, basically. The righteous will deal with divinity, but it is exercising the unseen, which we ignore, which is our feelings, our thoughts. These things are not seen, it is only felt. Thoughts and feelings and emotion. This is what we have to pay attention to understand divination and what it could bring. Because remember, His Majesty says spirituality comes from the soul. And what is the soul? The soul is where all the feelings lie, all the feelings and emotions and everything coming from the soul. You see it? Yeah, so that is how I see that term there, you know, and why they refer to supernatural, you know, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
So through the chair, the only thing I would, yeah, through the chair, the only thing I would replace there, with what you said, honorable priest Sevens. I agree with it and love everything you said. I would just replace the word supernatural just for its connotes. You know, it connotes what it connotes in the world. Um, you know, because what it really, in essence, what it's really alluding to is the esoteric nature of a thing or an energy. You know, but people when they hear supernatural, like you say, is ghost and goblin and duppy and those kind of things
Yes.
come to their mind. So yeah, man, I
Good
love the
thing
reading.
chipping out, my Lord.
I think that is your phone and not priest. Check your phone.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, man. So I love the reason, man, because yeah, that's the oneness of thought right here, you know, so far, you know, because as we have to bring back everything now to this whole fullness of resurrection. What is the purpose of resurrection to I and I, Rastafari? We're speaking plain language now with no pretentiousness, no, you know, because at our age we are elders, you know, through our life experience, we supposed to can speak without no reservation. See, so I will jump right into that and let it go. What does resurrection mean to I and I in this dispensation? Now, I don't look at it from a Eurocentric point of view. So it's not about a man kneeling a man on a cross and all of those other things, you know. For I as an African, it's a moment in time to reflect on altruism, you know, the altruistic nature that we are supposed to possess as children of Christ, disciples of Christ, emulators of Christ. What is altruism? Altruism is the selflessness that I and I must have towards life in general, everyone, every living thing. See, wherein we value life and we value every life within the same value system. See, and we are willing to do whatever is necessary for the preservation of life. You know, how we were taught it within the religious context is that, you know, one who was willing to give up his life for his brother. See, someone who is willing to give their life, you know, so another may live. It's like having a child, and that child is in need of a vital organ, and no one else within the vicinity is compatible except for you, the parent, the brother, the father, the whatever, the close relative, you know, and only you can save that child's life. Now, being my son and being at this age, it would be a no-brainer. I have lived majority of my life. I would love to see my son live his life. So that is it's a no-brainer. You know, do we have that depth in us to be willing to give that same love to a stranger, to just a person, or is that depth of love only there for our close relatives that love us spiritually? Yeah, that is the whole story, you know. I'm concising everything, but that is where the whole story of Christ revolves. Because them say a man that was blameless took the blame for everybody else. Yeah. So how does it apply to I as Rastafari? I know say as Rastafari, what pulled me to Rastafari was that love. That whole of the love that I and I come learn from Baba. See, that whole of, you know, not just the reggae and the herb as what, you know, for most ones that came in on the reggae and the herb, eventually a lot of them went back the same way they came. See? But for those that was brought to this thing through a deeper inspiration, you were on a quest for something greater than what you came up in. I came up in the church world. My family were deep church people, but they could not answer my spiritual quest. My quest. They could not satisfy my spiritual thirst. And it's only when I found Rastafari, simple little Rastaman that could barely read. But when them, I would sit at their foot all day, just listen to them reason, and everything they said made so much sense compared to what I was hearing where in the halls of other knowledge where people were intellectual and educated and all of that. The little Rastaman that could barely read and write, he answered the questions that I was asking. He satisfied the spiritual thirst that I had. See? So that is what these moments mean to I within Rastafari. Not the reflection of a man being crucified on a cross and the mythology of a man rising from dead after being buried and all of that. You know, for ones that is what strengthens your beliefs and your empower your your faith, your inner more power to you. See, give thanks.
Floor is open, my lad.
Yes, Royal King. I don't know
Yes,
if I'm
my lad.
talking too much, you know, but anyway. Yes, you know, from the beginning, because each individual have to talk for himself, what it mean, you know. Yes. Well, when you leave in the world and say Rastafari, you have to, you know, let go a lot of things, you know, as the chorus say, a great change since I was born. So, um, you know, in the world, when you look for Rastafari, how them make it look, you see? Because them did set you know that you can say Rastafari amongst your parents. Because the Philistine, which is the police, you know, would ask you that if your mother and your father are run you out. Because that's how it said. So Rastafari was just like a suffering. You see, like there is no good to society. Show off it. Because, them always a show this news, yeah, where the mother send her son, mother and father, send them son out to college and him come back in a slander, sell him room. You see it? Well, the mother now a reason with him. I said to him that, him isn't he have strong enough? Room take a lot of walk up and down. And him said to her, say, well, he married. But the father was there, was puffing, was not saying anything like anything, I forgot said, some violent thing as the father go on, you know what I mean? So it's said now like when the youth them see Rastafari, not in this time, but in that time, like it's a guillotine. I'm gonna go put him neck in us. You see what I say? Because you have to go against the conformity that it set.
Yeah.
You see what I say? So it wasn't looking so nice. So it have to be an inbound concept to choose Rastafari, and then when you see choose Rastafari, I know you used to say, I just said the resurrection is where you come born again. Because, just like a fish, and him jump out of the little fish tank and you come see him. So sometimes when you put him back in the fish tank now, him now the swim set time, you're gonna have to go hold him and jerk him a couple of times for breath. The water move to his gill. So when we leave the world and come to Rastafari, we go through that phase. So for rise that we are here, because it's not everyone did make it, Some are mad and all of them think they pound the weight also, So it end up still the fittest of the fittest. So we are here to show that I and I are the fittest of the fittest. We come resurrect and come born again. Things are wrong where we used to do, we not do them no more. Word that wrong where we used to say, we don't say them no more. Them just give all we name judgment ball and all of these things because these are the words that do come out of us on purpose.
Yes, my lord. Floor is open.
My Lord and Empress, and every priest, bro. To the chair.
My lord, freedom.
On the topic of resurrection, coming from nature, I have a plant in my garden which has a very beautiful leaf, purple looking leaf. It dries up. But no, first thing that comes out of the earth, as I see in my garden now, are some beautiful purple and white flowers coming out of the earth. That's the resurrection of a plant, new life. So from the perspective of nature, resurrection means new life. One's ascending, as we say, born again, we changed since I was born, mental and physical, upliftment, elevation. So that is my perspective concerning the resurrection.
Good
Concerning our topic before, the spirituality, we say that supernatural, whether we say no, everything was, there was nothing, and there was just this one force, this one energy, which said, let there be light, and light manifested. So therefore we see that word, sound, and power, energy manifest. So that's how I look at the road of what you call spirituality or supernatural manifestation. It is not imaginative. It can be traced then, as I say, through chemistry. My Lord and Empress, Prince and Princess.
Majesty bless, my lord. Floor is open.
Through the chair.
My lord.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Holy Emmanuel, I. King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks again, for the art of celebration going through the earth of I and I, Mother and Empress Razura Menin, Queen of Queens. So we give thanks, such celebration going through same way. On the topics, oh, I really said it, the two, resurrection and divination, if I'm pronouncing it properly, is a duality of two things to I still. The natural and the supernatural, that I hear many of us been referring to. The supernatural and natural, as as we see the Rastaman have been doing for years, living a natural life, and the natural levity spur into also a spiritual levity, which is the divisionation of the Rastaman and the Rasta woman same way. The natural and the supernatural. The supernatural is the spiritual side of the Rastaman, because, we are chant hymns and psalms and choruses, to really make something happen in the unseen, in the unseen realm, which is the spiritual realm. So to I is a duality of things. And then, when you look on it on a natural level, as Honorable Priest Brown referred to not long ago, when you look on nature itself, like now, we're in April, which we can attribute April or this time of the year, as to be spring, and a new birth of life, new plants coming into, life again, or, leaves start to come forth again, and, trees that was wither up during that 3 month, that dead period, that 3 month of death, where nothing is growing, nothing is happening, nothing is really moving of such. But here comes, spring, the resurrection, the rebirth, things start to, blossom and bloom again. So that is how I really say, the both, is a duality, supernatural and natural. My Lord and Empress, blessed love.
My Lord, give thanks. So open,
Yeah, study chair. So we give thanks, for all the fasting and praying and on the verge of resurrection, Good Friday. And the priests, bring a good analogy there, about different seasons and plants, and there's so many different forms of resurrection. A good word is transition. Transition is making a transformation, you know, and any type of debt or what will be looked at as debt is really a recycling and a transformation. Because in science, they have a kind of law too that nothing is really created, nothing is really destroyed, everything is just, recycle and replenish. So we have Christ's resurrection, a transition. If you jump on a plane and you go to next country to live a different life, it's looked at as a transition same way. Because you change your life, your lifestyle, you know. You change your diet, you make a transformation again, you start to look different. And that's what most of we had to do coming to Rastafari. You understand? All of these things was transformation and transition, which make us rise greater, you know. And the born again, so many times, every Sabbath we born again. Every day you have the chance to be born again. From you have life and you wake up, always have that opportunity to make a transition. So it's a great change since I was born again, as the chorus was saying. From we change the things we do, change the things we say, and change the places where we go. As the chorus say, it's a great change. And that is resurrection. Another form, so many forms, but they all represent transformation, transition, So we give thanks for that, that ultimate example and sacrifice of the Christ, which show us say that, no matter what happens, when the flesh drop, flesh could get sick, flesh could drop, no matter what. They say the spirit of good and evil remain the same, and the energy never die. It only transition, transform. So that is even the understanding of our ancestors too. They celebrated those moments. It wasn't a sad thing to cry over about. It was a celebration from mortal to transition of immortal, mortal to immortal. Yeah. My Lord and Empress. Bless you.
But it was always an emotional thing, though. Because
Yes,
that
that is what I was saying earlier, priest. Emotions is happiness too. It's not just sadness. Emotions is happiness and sadness. Right? And that is how we exercise our spirituality, by our emotions. So when we have that joy in a celebration like that now, where I want pass on and I want to finish the journey and do so much good works, that lift off so much burden from many ones. You see, you can feel it. That is why spirituality, because you can feel it. Blessed.
But within the realms of humanity, there will be a trace of sorrow.
Natural, my Lord, is duality, that is balance on the earth, my Lord. It will have that. That I say it's all coming from the soul, joy and sorrow. It's tears of joy, tears of sorrow, A time for everything.
To the chair.
Yes, Empress.
Yeah, I just want to say this as it come up in my mind is that so every Good Friday service, resurrection morning. So when service is over, we tell each other, say, give thanks to the resurrection. And today we resurrect with our Lord. Right? So, but to me, if we say we resurrect, that means the things that we have done yesterday, we should not meditate to do it as from the Good Friday because we are resurrect. So why do we go back to the old things that happen, or we still have our old bad ways in us, Because sometimes the Good Friday not even done, you see man herring, I you see man throwing out his bad ways. You understand? That would mean to me that you don't know nothing about resurrect. You know, you don't know nothing about it or how it goes. You just say it because it is in your mouth and you're free to speak, yes. But to do it or to live the resurrection like, oh God, it's not there. So why is it? Why do we say we resurrect every Good Friday and we are still the same people doing the same thing? Why not we show what? We are better. Our liberty is better to each other, to love each other more as Christ loved us. Why we don't do that? Why we don't live that? Why we don't live the God live? Why we don't live how Christ live? Why we sow to each other? My Lord, that's what I want. My few words. That's all. Give thanks. Back to the chair. Not
Majesty
spoiling
bless.
anything, Majesty. Not spoiling
Yes,
anything.
sir.
Well,
No, man. I tell you already, you know. All right. That is humanity. That is humanity. I guess that's why we get a chance to do it every year. Do it over and over and over. Because we just don't seem to get it. You know?
okay.
Yeah. I
But we have to
mean,
get it though,
it's
precisely. We have to
the
get
floor,
it.
yeah, the floor is
My
open.
God.
Yeah, anybody have any other honorable Empress mate? He posed a nice question. Why do we keep doing the folly? Why do we keep going back to the vomit? My Lord and Empress. Empress Lily May, when I hear your voice for the day, how are you?
There's a love to one and all. Celebration.
Let's say love, Empress.
Lily.
I am enjoying all the reasonments.
Okay.
Peace Knuckles, peace Dougie, peace Earl, peace Seven, peace Edward, peace Imsley. I am enjoying them and learning.
Rastafari.
My point
Rastafari.
of view is that God Almighty, the head creator and the co-creators. Head creators being King Alpha and Queen Omega, and the co-creators being Malcolm Zaya Gabi and King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. The mystics, people call it supernatural, but the mystics, he tells us, the power that he have, is infinite. And if you listen to just speeches, just said, he's all kind of man. Invisible, natural. Then he said natural, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Everything is God. He said, look upon the ants. Them are God and themselves. He said, even the food you eat is God until you kill it with hot water. If it wasn't life, you couldn't eat it. So to me, God is the spirit of truth and everything that he created. Everything that Jah create is a part of him. And he's this life force that, cannot die. And
Rastafari.
And when we look upon and his power, look at and do all things, the spirit of truth. And just say his words stand from generation to generation. Everything we do, it was done before. But he gave us a chance to perfect. And Marcus Garvey say this world is run on propaganda. you know? And Jah gave us 3 perfect examples. Becoming the prophet, becoming the priest, becoming the he said he comes as a pattern for us to follow, you know. What he can do, and he greater works than what he do, he can do. You know? Us to be obedient. Have faith. All our words of you know, which is purity and love. You know, that kills.
Yes, I.
You know, evil spirit. I paraphrasing what everybody has already said. You know,
Rastafari.
give thanks for the tabernacle. Priest Knuckles and Priest Earl just said, man. You know, I'm a service angel.
Yes, I.
Because we do our 21 days, we only get tabernacle at once a month. When we go in that tabernacle, we sup up everything with the priest them saying, you know, the gods and the mystics, man. And we see God in flesh everywhere. We find equality and justice one another and sharing, you know, to manifest the spirit of God. Because God is this high spirit, you know, that take flesh. And he can take any flesh that you want, you know. There's even one part of the said that he come and manifest himself into the form that we recognize. Because God is in everything. Everything, Jais. When he created, he's a part of it. I could go on and on and on, but I just give thanks and glorify for this reading.
Rastafari. You thank for the Empress voice, you know?
Blessed love.
Man, through the chair.
Yeah. My Lord.
Yeah, man, pantheism, man. That Mama just declared a while ago, you know. Same thing where they are reading about in another early video. Pantheism. God is in everything. Part of everything, the essence of everything. Yes, Mama. Give thanks to the high declaration. Yeah,
Majesty.
you know, bring back the reason full circle, you know. Go ahead,
If I
Honorable
could
Priest.
forever sit with Mary at the Master's feet, be this my happy choice. My only care, delight, and bliss, my joy of Zion on earth be this. My Zion on earth be this. Hear the bridegroom voice. You know, so me glorify to hear the voice. Now a question. I don't know if the item saw it already. It have this hymn, this white evangelist Jim Reeves song. Enough of we mothers and them used to listen to it. I thank thee, oh Lord, for the hymn is about the earth. He thank for the fishes that swim, the birds that sing, and eyes to see all these things. So the music was playing in the background, and I was just me on the video, and the music playing. And some of my brethren, them, all that come up yesterday. How may I deal with Christian thing? And I say it's got PF Valley, and I put up Christian song. And I say, but look at the words. Tell me what's wrong with the words. And before you do that, tell me who was Ira Sankey. So good words, wherever they come from, is of God, my Lord. Don't we see that, my Lord? An Empress?
Yes, precisely. We see, because just a word nobody know.
That's stuff, all right.
Right. Billion destroyers.
Floor is open, my Lord, an Empress.
Yeah, my lord. Word of right is word of right, you know. No matter who it comes from, you know. The right stand out of all things. Just that in all things, again, we have to apply understanding to everything. So just how a man choose to see a thing at a moment in time. If a man choose to see it in a controversial way, or a man choose to see it in a way that more gives an upliftment, you know. These reasonings have so many dualities to them because in one sense, listening to when you listen to, I'm taking it to a different dimension of reason now. Listening to John Henry Clark, Dr. John Henry Clark speak about our hybrid practices versus our ancestral practices and the practicality of um, outcome, effect, not being complex. Let's simplify it. You know, the way our ancestors did their thing versus the way we have come learn to do our thing. Because we are coming from, like we said earlier, from zero. We're creating something from nothing. We lost the memory of who we were. We lost the knowledge of our science. Seeing our father came to bring back the things them to remembrance. So the whole process of what King Emmanuel was teaching was to bring back the knowledge of our past, our science, our culture, our tradition to I and I, so we could have a clearer view of who we are.
It's all right, man.
Thanks.
They can chase it gingerly.
So when you look at things now in today's perspective of living, you know, that is where the youths are headed. Youths want to go back to their original understanding, especially the way them set up this racial war thing in the Western Hemisphere. There is no doubt. There is no doubt that there is a racial war. You know, there's an open season on black culture. There's an open season on black knowledge because they're taking everything out of the Smithsonian and out of the schools. Pardon me. Black history education. You know, that was taken out of Florida already. You know, where the colleges no longer teach those courses and so forth. So we're seeing the reality of what we are up against, you know. So the youths them nowadays they're more trying to identify with that part of themselves, that Afrocentric part. See, so if you notice, there's a million videos now feeding that energy. You know, a whole heap of videos now that's exposing things on a level. You know, see, especially in their narrative. See, so now that is where the whole challenge comes in for an ancient culture that refuses to evolve or adapt or, you know, to revise itself. That is what challenges a lot of the traditional cultures of the past, being able to be pertinent in the present time. See? Yes, my Lord and Empress.
Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Did we cover the whole agenda, Empress Trisha? Royal Tech.
Yes, my love.
We covered the whole agenda.
Yes, we did.
I want to reiterate our Tides initiative, my Lord and Empress. This week here, we are like all participants who had decided, you know, to follow that path, could send in the thing. Honorable Priest Nappy or Empress Trisha, could you want me to read this, Empress? Could you put up the account number, or if ones and ones want, they could just send it to Michael Harper or Empress Trisha Taylor, or the you could put up the account number, Honorable, if you have it. If you don't, well, others, so.
I can find it.
Guy, am I hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right, give thanks. Yes, my Lord and Empress, so we really want to encourage this initiative. You know, we keep saying we want some sort of economic base, and you know, we have a lot of we spread out far apart, and you know, we all have very little issues we go through daily. But it seems like with commitment and consistency, we could fulfill this mandate where every 3 months we put in a something. You know, take 3 months and build up a little sitting, and the 3rd month, end of it, we put in something. So the next, this is May, well, March was this thing, April, May, June, the ending of June gonna be the next drive towards that. So this week here, we'd love ones and ones to, you know, come up to the you know, fulfill that mandate, so that our words, you know, small victories make way, pave way for the bigger achievements, you know. So we did talk this word for the past.
I am waiting on the family here. I am ready, please. Rasavana is
All
ready.
right.
I'm just waiting on the family here with their allotment.
All right. So, okay, my Lord, Empress, I not happen on it, but I just, you know, I drive the nail home to say 3 months we talk about this. So we can't make our words fruitless fall. You know? My Lord and Empress. Floor is open. Anyone want any information of how to deal with that initiative can speak now. My Lord and Empress. We really want to see it manifest, my Lord and Empress.
Can you, Honorable Royal Chair, to the Chair, can you make a, what I say, rerun of the settings? Explanation then.
Okay. Every 3 months we say, and one can take time and save our money within 3 months. We did say $100 in whatever place we are. What, you know, you could work that. We did get our say it yeah to the peculiar way about yeah we call for 1,000 a month, because it come like $100. But yet still we are say what little few tools and fews you can, you just put that. Saying that it's more than one person in Jamaica, we just suggest that all the ones in Jamaica could have pull up the money and make one send off. Me and Priest Sevens here, we pull up our money in Trinidad and we making that one send off. So we encourage that. So it ain't no big set of different ones. And every 3 months, we send it out to our account. So that when we get ideas, economical ventures, we could at least finance our own ventures, you know, take it small and make it big. So this one was spoken about from January, February. It came up in January. We raised that initiative. So January, February, March. Last week was the ending of March. So this week, we called it on ones and ones who was tuning into that meditation could send it off to Honorable Priest Nappy or Empress Trisha via whatever thing you want to use, Western Union or money or PayPal or whatever. And the next initiative will rise up June, April, May, June. Then after that is July, August, September. Then October, November, December. So at the end of all these 3 months, we put it in a semi-long-term plan so that at the end of the year, we can say, well, with our initiative, we have our amount in our account. My Lord and Empress. You get it, Brown?
Clear, crystal clear.
My Lord. Blessed. Honorable Empress Lily May, your hand is up. Go ahead and speak.
Blessed love, my Lord.
Majesty.
Thanks for life and a mighty life giver. Well, my situation is, to be truthful, I couldn't really contribute.
We understand that, Empress. We already understand that. You know?
Okay, but I'm supportive, 100%.
Yeah, trying to come in, you might tend to come, you will be a recipient of certain funds because we know your situation up there in the land of the brave. So, you know that way there? Yeah.
You can't give
Yes.
my amount, my, what do you call it? You say recipient.
Yeah.
You can give my recipient to someone who's more needed because Jah is taking good care of me.
Oh, give thanks. Yeah. Give thanks for the assurance. All right.
My people in Bahamas and
that is so nice to hear. That is so good to hear.
Other brothers and sisters too. You know?
So,
Just to me, greedy. I want to be
Rastafari.
greedy. You know?
Yes, Empress. Give thanks.
I just feel awake. Even sometimes certain things going on in those planets in Bahamas. Things would go to my Congress. You have to mention it 2 times. You know?
Rastafari.
Yeah, but Jah knows all things.
Glorify. He has us in his hand, the whole world, you know? So we give thanks. And
Yes,
the floor is, the floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Account name, it's on the screen, is the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, Miami, Inc.
Okay.
Deposits, the bank is Bank of America. Account number 8981-4613-8792. There's also, you can also wire transfer, same account number, 898-146-138-792 with the routing number 026-009-593. Zelle is the EABICEC@gmail.com or Cash App $ EABIC Miami. And the money goes directly to the account. For those who wish to do MoneyGram, if you wish to do MoneyGram, you can send it directly to Michael Harper.
To who?
Michael Harper, M-I-C.
Michael Harper, right. That's why, yeah. Yes, definitely.
Harper.
My Lord. Yes, Empress. Do give thanks. Yeah, man. And I see it could be a great encourager, you know. It will encourage me. If you ever think about, remember, say when you're a youth and you start save money in the bank and you start, it thing at first, but then when you see every time you put in, you see the figure them a build up, you're inspired to put it in, you know, make sure it say.
Truly clear, my lord. And every few times I hear something of thing. What was that thing there directed to Majesty?
No, that was the MoneyGram. If someone wanted to send money through MoneyGram.
Oh, okay, yes. Okay.
They can send it directly. Right. They can either send it directly to the bank account number with the routing number, or they can send it to your name, Michael Harper.
I just noticed on the account, you know.
Yes, and
or what, like whatever it is. So we'll make sure everything is straight, you know?
please make a
Okay.
note of your name, the EABICEC, and the purpose or reason for sending on all transactions.
Okay, yes, I give thanks, Empress, yeah?
We also, to the chair again.
Yes, Empress.
A reminder to all that we do have our t-shirts on sale. Our Black and Beautiful t-shirts on sale. All proceeds go to the elder care program also. The t-shirts are $25 US. There is a black, the first one here that says Blessed Love. The second one, 100% African, Black and Beautiful. The third one for the ladies, Royal, Black and Beautiful, and a red and turquoise. Keep it black and beautiful.
Rastafari. Yes, sir.
The monies can be sent the same way, or you can reach out to myself or Priest Knuckles with regards to the t-shirts.
Rastafari. Yeah,
I can, yeah, you
man.
can WhatsApp me.
Give thanks for the heel and toe progress, you know? Heel and toe, you know, say. So, glorify. Yeah, man. We can do it. We shall do it. You know? Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Songs good in my head too, eh? Like, you know, suck my guan, you know? Oh, I don't always sound to the island, why that? Suck my guan, don't you?
Stop laughing. Sure.
My Lord. So, any other points that I want to bring up as we could have call the meeting to bring it to a close? Any man have any other points? Anything to bring to remembrance? Any meditation article?
To the chair, one question I asked today, I don't know if you have time to answer. What is the meaning of love? A simple few letters, 7 words, whatever. How we define love? How we see the word love?
Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. You have a priest say, how we see love. What is your little simple definition of love, my Lord and Empress?
Blessed love, my Lord, caring and sharing.
Rastafari. Okay. Any other ones?
Nobody don't know the meaning of love. What love means to no one. But I have a lot of meaning for love. I will give it the idea one. To the chair, right? My Lord.
Well, my other thing I say, what they say, true love don't wait for thank you.
That's so good. My meaning, my terminology for love. Love is something stronger than gravity, coming from all directions to make a complete understanding. And until we get that, we don't have nothing. My Lord and Majesty.
That's all right. If thanks and ever priest also and my Lord royal philosopher.
Thank for the man them. The man them make it. The idea make him a philosopher. And we give thanks for that honor, for that office the idea doing. I don't work towards it.
Anything,
repeat it again. Love
you
is something
that,
stronger than gravity. Love is something stronger than gravity, coming from all directions to make a complete understanding. My Lord and Majesty.
Rastafari. My Lord. Yes, I. Sharing and caring and no waiting.
That's good.
You. My
That
Lord.
is good. What the first force of love, eh? Caring and caring.
Yes, man.
Peace, I'm sleep.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. So, blessed.
Love is the key that opens Zion's door, you know?
So, yes,
Natural.
the golden key. That's all right. Empress Lily, may I send him for you this week?
True. Give thanks.
Yeah, man.
What happened
Yeah.
to my article?
Were you
Find
there?
that.
Huh?
You find the article yet?
If I find what?
The article about His Majesty.
No. What was that one I supposed to find? Refresh my memory.
The crown prince of the golden horse. On his white horse with gold
All
and
right. Yes. I read it many times. Yes. I definitely going to pick it up for the eye. I think it will be in the back of a black supremacy hymnal or somewhere in the black supremacy.
yes,
Not
a
the
lot of
book.
ones want me to share it with them.
All right. Yeah, man. It was Tafari. When they say in the distance, it was a horse and a figure and gold and black and gold and black. Blacker than they ever see the black. Then gold. And then they say it was Tafari.
Riding in the head of his
Yes, a terrible piece of reading, man. Yeah, that's it. Yes, I know the items see that reading already. John Knuckles, you know that reading, right? Priest Rastafari, I know you know that readings.
To the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that reading already. Give thanks. Give thanks for life and give thanks for the Black Christ salvation. Thanks to the priest council and the empresses.
My Lord.
God is love. And love is God.
My Lord. Okay. Say no more.
King Emmanuel, yeah, you live good in yourself so you could see God in yourself.
My Lord. Natural. And the readings what we just talk about, which one of the items remember that readings there?
I remember
The Golden Prince. The Golden Prince.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was telling Mama Lily earlier in the week. Yeah, man. I was tuning up at top. Or I could have really sent her a good copy of it. Yeah, man. The Golden Prince.
Man.
Describing. It was a journalist describing.
A journalist, yes,
one of his pageants, you know, and him coming from afar, but him horse was decked off in gold molds.
Gold.
Along, gold line, the bit and the bridle and the saddle and all of that. So in the sun, it just glistening and just beautiful in the sun.
And then he said black. But the horse was black. Blacker than any black.
And then the gold on it. And then the gold on it. So you must know the gold stand out.
Gold. Yeah. That's nice. When I get it, I'm going to try to find it. And we are going to read it on the next Sunday thing too. It's a nice inspirational readings, man. The might how we Father make people in awe. What is the word I'm looking for? He put people in awe. In awe. Just his presence. You know?
Julie.
My Lord and Empress. So if we don't have no more
Blessed love, Karen.
Blessed love. Go ahead, Empress.
Yeah, I was waiting to speak about the love, you know. There is only one love, you know. When man expresses divine love in limited ways, he makes a separation in consciousness, and his expression of love is personal instead of universal.
It's personal instead of universal. Repeat that way they said, Empress, so we can really understand.
Argue the next part of it, because no, there must be another part to it too, because it sounds a little bit.
Go ahead, Empress.
There's only one love. When man expresses divine love in limited ways, he makes a separation in consciousness of his expression of love is personal instead of universal. But divine love will establish one in fearlessness and courage. For
Okay.
Jehovah God give us not a spirit of fearfulness, but of power and love and discipline.
Rastafari. Yeah.
Now it's full. Now it's full. Now that's full.
Yeah.
Give
She
thanks.
gave me that cliffhanger. Is that cliffhanger she gave me at first?
Yeah, she tease a teaser, you know, it tease the thought, and then you know if the thought want more. You walk near the finishing of it, you know to the finish.
I will say, read that one again.
So the
Come on,
development of this love, right? This love in our heart, the way how we develop it is by everyday asking King Emmanuel for this infinite love, you know, to be poured out daily. And we do this by meditating, blacking our reverence, and affirming that we are one with Him. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed
love. Give thanks, Empress.
Truly.
So what the Empress was saying there is that divine love is universal, which comes from God. And man have a personal love for personal things. And that one is not the universal love, but the man's personal love. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing what we call unconditional love, the unconditional love and then the conditional love. I love you because you love me and you do something for me, so I love you, or these different reasons and conditions why we love. Instead of that unconditional love, just loving to love because loving is right. Loving is of God.
Rastafari.
That's the universal one.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, it have a personal love where a man, love a woman and they bring a family, and so love is a big thing. It's a big word.
It could be
I think we just abuse it. I think we just abuse it.
A nice reason she bring up, and I didn't get the last part where she play over, but that part where she play over look like with a seal up my head. And what she say now, when she come forward and say, I didn't hear what she said totally.
Yeah.
She's talking about the love of Christ, Much of the love of Christ is not what the world teach,
Natural.
Different is a different love. What the Empress described is the love of Christ. When you hold on to the love of Christ, which is the unconditional love, it's different from the conditional love, the love that has
personal.
A defined purpose then. While
natural.
And I understand the reality of it. You can't condemn none, but I see where the divine love has a greater and more profound impact than the conditional love. Because when you possess the divine love, the conditional love will come natural. You see the one that don't have that divine love now, that unconditional love. Yeah, that's where the struggle come in because I'm not seeing the God in others. That's where the universal love come in. With the universal love, you are open to see the God in all ones. See.
Okay, let me go again. Let me go again with another form of love, and let me hear the elders them again. Love is an inner quality that sees good everywhere and in everyone. It insists that all is good, and by refusing to see anything but good, it causes that quality finally to appear utmost in itself and in all things.
All right, do that again one more time for you. Anything nice, you have to do it twice. Just do it one more time.
Jesus, something
one more time.
The father tell me, Kishmet, move with this book today, even though you're going up, because the brethren them going to be speaking about love, Let's go again. Love is an inner
Well,
quality that sees good everywhere and in everyone. Insists that all is good, and by refusing to see anything but good, it causes that quality finally to appear utmost in itself and in all things. Love is the great harmonizer and healer. Whoever calls on Jehovah God for healing is calling on divine love. Divine love will bring your own to you, adjust all misunderstandings, and make your life and affairs healthy, happy, harmoniously, and free. Love, therefore, is the fulfillment of the law. That's Romans 13, verse 10. Love is the fulfillment of the law.
Rastafari.
Blessed.
Floor is
Truly.
open, my lad.
One thing we have to remember, it begins with what? Self-love. It's just like the saying going on, to be true to thyself. If you are not true to yourself, you can't be true to no one else. You know? But to thyself be true, and thou can be true to others. Self-love is the first beginning of understanding love. When you love yourself and understand your worth, then you know how the other person feel about themselves and that they have a worth also. So it's the same thing we're saying in a different way right
So
now, you know.
so self-love, yes. But where does selfishness come in?
Yes, that are two different things. I love how you bring that up, because we need to define that. Self-centeredness and selfishness is two different things than, loving yourself first. Just
Yeah.
like how I'm going to use an analogy, just like how Garvey came with black supremacy, and ones would think by the nature of how it sounds, it was the alternative or the flip side of white supremacy, when
Right.
that was not what Garvey was saying. And Garvey interpreted it. He said, love self first. That means you love your own. Deal with your own first. When you love your own, then you can love others. But if you don't have self love, you're not
You
going to
can't
be able
love
to love.
somebody else.
No. So it's like saying, you love God over soul you know. So you love Haile Selassie the first in Ethiopia. But I'm not with three times there, fireball.
My lad, you won't
Yeah,
believe.
you,
That
you,
song
you make it
black yesterday.
come on, make yourself a liar right there, so because all that real. You not see it's just a reverence thing. But the man where you're talking about is the man you see every day. If you want a glass of water, you can check him. If you want a bus fare, if
That's
you
my
want,
God.
so all you
Yeah.
gonna love when not do them divine things for you. Is the human nature don't build so. Even if you want to pretend to be something else, the human characteristics is not developed in that farmer. See. So the
My
old saying
Lord.
stand true, he who pays the piper calls the tune. See. You're going to jig for who jig for you.
Huh.
That's
Love,
what that's why we give the love to God, man, because God has done so much, and it's thing we exemplify every day for what Negos has done for I and I. What more can we do? What can we do unto the Lord for all his benefits towards I and I? But to take the cup of salvation and call upon his holy name. At the divine
And
love,
that,
what we start talk about what we get from Jah, At the divine love, I
yeah,
know even the love of one another, at the divine love, that love the way make you can love one another, make you can understand how to love one another. Blessed.
Rastafari. Empress Lily, may your hand is up. Go ahead, Empress Lily.
Bless the love, my Lord. Happy celebration.
Majesty.
My brother and sisters, let us love one another.
Yeah, greetings, family. Out of
For he
love,
that
Empress and Empresses.
No, I was singing a little chorus.
We listen to you, Mama. Go ahead and sing your chorus, man.
My brother and sister, let us love one another. For he that loveth not, knoweth not God. For God is love. God is
I go
love.
on like
My brother and sisters, let us love one another. Most High Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Love, love, hold the love, peace and love.
Rastafari. Yes, So we get thanks for the love vibes, you know. Cause if we truly love the man, it's not hard for we to love one another, Dre. It's not hard for we to love one another, my lad. If we really love the man, you know, it's not hard for we to love one another, Rastafari. You know, cause he that loveth not knoweth not God. For God is love, you know? Yeah.
To the chat.
You can't reach to the point where you could just disrespect people in the face and in the guise of you love God and you love that and you love. You ain't say it. You never seen the man yet. But yeah, this people in front of your face with no remorse. You ain't say it. So, my lad, what? Go on, P7.
The thing what catch me, what the Empress reading there, and what she speak about the personal love is limited, right? Which come like the conditional love. Right. Not to say it's wrong, you know, but it's just limited. It's not powerful enough to really get certain things done. So it's that universal love that we really have to use now. Because if it's just that limited love, it will just be for Bobo and I love you because you're a Bobo and I love you because you believe what I believe. You understand? But do you love me because of who I am? You understand? That is how you'll deal with the stranger too. So that is the true love we have to work on there, you know. Because the other one is just limiting us, man. Not to say it wrong, it's not bad. But that's the next thing they read and say too. It's all good. But it's just limited, you know? But it's just limited. That's it.
I'll come in here and compliment it with the saying, you know, where them say, be careful how you entertain ones, you know, you can be entertaining angels unaware. Seeing? So what did I just say? The unconditional love, you don't have to worry about that, you know, that don't apply to you because you just love ones in general. So you're always going to apply love in all cases versus anything else. But the ones that don't get that understanding and hold to that way of life, yeah, the Almighty, what them claim them looking for and praying for and everything, come visit them and them don't know. Come knock on them door and check them and them never
And
have
them
time
chase them
for him.
away.
Never have time for him. Them that clean the house and cook some food and do all kind of things. So them never have time for him. Them that prepare themselves to go doll up now, put on them best and thing to go out now over by the tabernacle or over wherever now to go search for him in their quest and not realize see a man come check them. Yeah, see a man come check you. So you have to
Me tell you about the story what just show we. Probably a little lengthy. Me know I tell you them about that when the woman I go by the standpipe every morning and she meet up Jah. And she and Jah has such beautiful reasoning. And she tell Jah she want him check. She want him to check she at the yard one day so she could cook some nice food for him. And he said, all right. So, but every day, this woman does take care of an old man, a middle-aged woman, and a child. God is sick, so she just had to minister to them, make sure she cook and carry food and water and everything. And every morning she meets Jah at the standpipe. And nice, right? So just say, may I come check your next light? So she said, what? So she excited. I mean, they say she go and tell the patients, them, listen, tomorrow I can't come. I go make sure and supply everything, you know. You have portions of water, double portion and food and thing. But my God, I come check me tomorrow. So I can't come. And say, all right, it has come every day, so I don't know. And she get up bright and early in the morning and pick up some nice bami and you know some ackee and saltfish and clean up the place and ready for John. And I said, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, John will come. All right, wake up and make a nice lunch. Probably lunchtime. And I say, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, John will come. All right, John make a little nice bacon thing, you know, maybe in past, you know, the evening time. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, John will come. So next day, as a dutiful woman, she gone by the standpipe, said we, a bit disappointed. And Josh, she go meet up. So she asked Josh, say, oh my Lord, whole day me wait on the eye, and you never come, Rasta. And Josh look at her and say, Empress, whole day me wait on the eye, and you never come. She said, what you mean? He said, you see that old man where does take care? And me, and the woman is me, and the child, and me. Whole day me wait on you, and you never come. My Lord. And that said, I give it a reason, you know.
Yeah. Sound like
That fulfill the prophecy. What Priest Rashavana just said. Be careful how you entertain strangers, because it might be an angel unannounced. So when
But
God
then
comes, you're
again,
looking for him in a different
but
form.
said,
You know?
when he said that, here what run to my mind to the me is an analytical mind, and me flip it. You could be entertaining devils that unawares too.
you have to be aware. You know,
You have to be aware. You have to be aware.
Yes, yeah, man. I agree. Now the duality we talk about, we said there is a duality, you know, so where there is one, there is
Natural.
other.
Natural.
Anywhere the army go, Satan follow.
Yes, I.
Through the
So,
chair.
my Lord.
Majesty. My Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest Adva.
Blessed love, my Lord. Honorable Priest Joseph.
Blessed love. Give thanks to the coming in, my
Oh, that's
Lord.
that's a Prophet Jeff. That's Prophet Jeff.
Majesty.
Hey, him does apologies, Honorable Prophet Jeffrey. Your voice does always make me, it sounds like peace and fire. Majesty bless my Lord.
Yeah, man, we are brother, man. I said, go. Yes, my Lord and Empress. The duality, as the priest just said a while ago. You know that when I listen to I and I, you know, as Rastafari, you know, brethren and sistering, especially within the Congress, I just keep it limited to, you know, the Congress still. You know, it's like we more give God, you know, the masculine side, you know, more praises than, you know, the feminine side of God, you know, when God really, you know, is God and Goddess, you know, so there's a masculine side of the same God where we are talking about, the duality, you know, the feminine side. So we tends to give more praises to the masculine side. We always I say, and you know, the man say, and you know, and we never hear we are say boy, and you know, the empress here, the woman say. It's always the man say. You know, so me just want to bring some remembrance to I and I, oh significance. And it's not that we do not know, you know, we know, but I just want to remind us of what we're dealing with, because some of these things might be metaphysical or literal. Zine are, even spiritual. But when we read Revelation 12 and it speak of, and when the dragon saw that he was cast unto the earth, he persecuted the woman which brought forth the man child. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place where she is nourished for a time and a half, a time from the face of the serpent. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. And the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth. And the dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandment of God and of the testimony of Jesus Christ. Holy Emmanuel I, King Selassie I, Jah,
Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari. So right there, so we are seeing how significant the woman, the mother, the duality, the feminine side of God, how, how important she is, how imperative she is. Because one, the earth is the Lord. It was the earth that helped the woman from the flood. The earth opened up her mouth to swallow up the flood, to save the empress. So we give thanks for the feminine side of God that we seems to be limited on. So make we be more make we more maximize the feminine side of God than just the masculine side. Most I, Selassie I, Jah,
Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
What
My Lord and
revelation that is, my lord? What book like Revelation? What?
Revelation 12.
Okay. Give thanks. Give thanks, honorable
Rastafari.
prophet. Mighty words. Floor is
Blessed Heart,
open.
Blessed Heart, let me interject here where the brethren just speak. I give thanks for his word. But you see that word dragon? That word actually means, let's look at the word very carefully. D-R-A-G and O-N means drag on. Drag on is to last for a long time, usually longer than it should or longer than people expected. I can't hear you.
Empress, may you can mute your mic. Go ahead, Empress. Go ahead, Empress.
Unmute your mic, Empress Kishma.
Empress Kismet, unmute your mic.
Oh, pardon. This word, dragon. This word, take it and look at it good. Drag on. Now, drag on means to last for a long time, usually longer than it should or longer than people expected. It's like situations when people don't want to let go of situation, because you're hearing in the revelation verse, the mouth open, breathing out. This is words. Remember, everything is just words. And to look at the Father within, masculine and feminine. Remember, the spirit have no gender. It's not of gender. It's a spirit. He say God worship him in spirit and in truth. Blessed heart of love.
Blessed love, Empress. Rastafari. Mighty words from the prophet and the Empress. Mighty words, Rasta. Food for thought. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Any response from them to approach there?
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Thanks.
Honorable Priest Jermaine Rastafari, how are thou, sir?
Everything is blessed, my Lord. Give thanks in faith another blessed day, same way. And how is it, I?
Oh, my Lord, in the company of such royalty, I'm great.
True. Give thanks him for such reason man going to the earth at this hour. I just want chime in same way.
Yes,
with a
man.
story, to in comparison to what Prophet Jeff highlighted. The story is about Olodumawe, and it's an African folklore. And it's actually, taken on by the people of Nigeria and Ghana and some of those Western African countries. But within the creation story of that, it stated that Olodumawe, sent out the creators to create the earth that we see, existence. And amongst them was the goddess Oshun, and my Lord make reference to water. You understand? I'm just showing the allegory where all of these stories they come from same way too, And Oludumawe, she was sent to amongst the other ones them to do, to facilitate the creation of the earth. And the man then wouldn't let her do her portion, which was, if you know what Oshun, that's where the word ocean come from. You know what I mean? And she was definitely like basically the goddess of water. You understand? And then from she now, she take away herself when she see that the man then really wasn't paying her no mind. And she went to the moon, And while at the moon, she just up there observing her beauty, So Olodumawe now, he arrived now and asked, where is Goddess Oshun? And then the man then was like, well, she took herself away, So then he was like, well, what was her portion? Well, the man then didn't let her even to let her portion exist.
Right.
You know what I mean? So what happened was now, Olodumawe now sent for the goddess Oshun to come. And basically, let me talk about what went on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he returned now and was amongst the other, creators and decided to tell Olodumawe that, look, these individuals, I came amongst them to facilitate the creation and they never let me. So I took myself away and all my creation, which was the water which was so key. You know what I mean? Within the creation, because as you know, 70% of this earth is water. You understand? And when you look now, in the story, it said that the earth was really fresh water in. But then she caused the salinity, the salt, to get in the ocean basically as a quote unquote curse. You know what I mean? Not necessarily that, but I'm just saying. You know what I mean? So that basically show you the importance, of the goddess. It show you the importance of the woman. And in the creation story, she was not left out, but in certain stories, as you know, the woman is banished, I just wanted to bring that to light. My Lord and Empress.
Give thanks for that enlightenment and I will praise. My Lord. Floor is open, my Lord. Any pointers on that reason going through?
My Lord, to the chair.
Blessed Lord. Go ahead, priest
To the chair,
Oswald.
my Lord. The
Go
Empress
ahead,
was
priest.
talking about the dragon. The dragon symbolizes the power of good fortune and strength, and is associated with the auspicious traits of intelligence, ambition, and charisma. Historically linked with imperial power, Chinese emperors consider themselves descendants of dragons, emphasizing the dragons is esteemed choose its esteemed position. In the Eastern beliefs, the Eastern tradition, dragons symbolize prosperity and good fortune. The mystical monster, which resembles a giant reptile, sometimes shown having wings in the European tradition. The dragon is typically a fire-breathing and tends to symbolize evil, whereas in Asia, it is usually beneficial and symbolize fertility associated with water and the heavens. There's some terms on the book, My Lord and Empresses, concerning the dragons, where the Empress brought up a little while ago.
Yeah, well, that's if we take the dragon literal. The Empress take the dragon, the word symbolical, and put it like dragon. So it just, how we interpret, certain things and the whole scenario. We understand exactly what are the item points there, But the dragon in Revelation represent a kind of a evil. The kind send out the water. It sent out the water against the woman who wanted to flee. And the earth was she refuge. He's standing here. So interpretation is the key, My Lord and Empress, the floor is open. Priest Adigan, Priest Seventh, or Priest Alumni, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yeah, looking at the woman again, looking at Dr. Arikana, you see, as a woman that a dragon kick out of the AU, and she flee to the diaspora to call upon the diaspora to come home to free her child. Her child is Africa. I will leave it right there, so. My Lord and Empress.
Who is the woman?
Dr. Arikana. She got her life on the line right now. She put her life. Did she make Tuare to do that coup? Did she ask the question, why does America have a base in Ghana and Ghana don't have a base? And right now, what the president saying? The military got to get out. So she is the one, to me, right now, leading. I ain't see no man doing what she doing. And is she and a set of woman? And is she take her own money and form this organization? And like the Empress said, the dragon mean like dragon. So right now, a dragon hand. You know what I'm saying? And the woman trying to save her child.
Well said. Meaning Africa, her child.
And her children, which are spread to the four corners of the earth. So that's what she come to do. She's speaking Selassie, she's speaking Marcus, she's speaking Emmanuel. She's speaking the same word. A woman has surpassed a man. That's what I think about her. My Lord and Emperor.
My Lord, thanks and ever praise for your insight.
My Lord.
Flow open, my Lord.
Blessed, we gotta look. The first thing written in our Bible in the beginning was the word. So everything is a word. It's a word. In the same scripture say we wrestle not against flesh. So all these fights, and they were not physical things, they were spiritual things. Even the word say, turn is a word, say, and turn. Ecclesiastes 3 talk about there's a season for everything. One to born, a time to die, a time for this, a time for that, a time to plant, a time. So it's just a word. Everything is off of a spoken word. So this word, dragon, it representing listen, even before the Bible, because the Father showed me Bible before I became life eternal. These were words. These is names I came in. These is things I went through so that we could see the process because most of them representing crucifixion, a lot of them. This is for us to understand who we are here in this time now. Blessed heart of love.
Blessed love, Empress. Flow open, my Lord. 20 minutes to the hour. So they can
Through the
be coming
chair.
down just now. Honorable Majesty.
Majesty and Empress. Give thanks again. Yes, Honorable. Yeah, the importance of the Empress and the masculine, the feminine energy of God. Then even though we might say God is a spirit, and in the beginning was the word, but also within these words that we read, it shows that I and I, we are gods, Zane, and we are a little bit lower than the angels. Yes, but at the same time, these words that are spoken, Zane, into existence, right, take unto itself flesh. It doesn't just linger around, it take unto itself flesh and it dwell amongst man and woman. So it's important that we have these spiritual powers that is demonized. Is very important because that same Revelation 12, it is showing you that it is a war, whether you want to look on it as a literal war that happened, that took place before now. It's not something that will happen. It happened already. See? So if we're looking at it like that, literally, Zane, then this evil, this drag on that has descended into the earth because of its failure within the heavens is now here raging war against I and I that is in the flesh. But how we repel, how we fight this, because it's words the end of the day, right? So it's a spiritual thing that we are fight. It's a spiritual thing that we're fighting. So it's important that we know exactly what we're dealing with now. We in a war, and it's like we don't understand that we're really in a war. And that Revelation 12 was depicting that there was a war in the heavens, and there is now a war in the earth. So above, so below. Is the same thing. Where above are the same thing happen below, the same thing internally, and the same thing happen externally. You know what I mean? So the fight internally, the God and the devil or Satan is still within, which is a fight day to day. We are fight, you know, the righteous side that we overcome, you know, the darker side, the Satan side of us, if we want to look upon it that way, you know. But according to Revelation 12, you know, the dragon has ascended into the earth, and the dragon is waging war against a particular set of
The
people.
remnant.
The
The
ones
remnant
who
of the
keep
woman.
the remnant of the woman, and also the ones who keep the commandment, who keep the Sabbath, basically.
That's right.
Which is the
You know?
righteous. WAR. Wrong against right.
Exactly. Good over evil.
Blessed.
Rastafari, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
To the chair.
My Lord.
According to what the Right Honorable Prophet Ijah was saying, right? The fight is not against flesh and blood, but is against spiritual wickedness in high and low places. And it did manifest into the flesh now. So they coming in the flesh to try to country they can condemn us, right? But the one man who slew the dragon in the Bible was Daniel, because Daniel refused to worship Baal or Baal, and he killed the dragon. Thus he was being forced into the den with the lion. All that come about because he slew the dragon, and people doesn't know that part of it. So, and that's how Right Honorable Prophet Elijah say, the fight is not against flesh and blood. You know, we'll find the perfection. Because if we're in war, as you say, and we're going to war, we have to wear armor. What is the armor? The armor of God is Ephesians 6. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and your mother, and so on and so forth. The fight is not against flesh and blood, but against evil principalities and powers in high and low places. And that same book tell you about wearing the armor of God, the breastplate of salvation, the helmet of salvation, the breastplate of righteousness, the belt of truth, the shoes of your standing faith, with his shield to fight against, to block off the fiery darts, and your shoes is faith. That's a book I used to teach people in jail when I was in the federal jail, and break down that book for about 6 months. So I could break it down very good. That is the full armor of God. If we know that book good and diligently, from honoring the parents, from parents obeying the Lord because the Lord above is watching at you, from slave masters to slave, how you treat your slaves, God watching you too, and everything in that book. That book will break down the full armor of God, and we will be equipped going into the fight, my Lord and Majesty.
My Lord, Majesty. That war that you speak of, my Lord, is the war that has been going on. That's why me sit down with someone and we say, no, we want to change the narrative. Because our ancestors were not slaves. They were prisoners of war. And that war is still going on, you know. And then Jack come and tell me, give us a clean hands and a pure in heart, and we shall see God. So that is strategy right now, and the gathering of just saints, mystically, look how we are here today, and reason of these things. You know that way there? So, clean hands and a pure in heart, we'll see God, my Lord. Gentiles prepare for war, Israel prepare to meet your God. Selassie, yeah, Rastafari. Floor is open, my Lord.
My Lord.
Honorable Priest.
You know, sometimes I sit down and I think about it. The Bible says you ain't wrestling against flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high and low places. But the spiritual wickedness, they're in flesh.
It's that way to manifest.
Yeah.
It's flesh.
And if you're going to try to see the spirits, whether they be of God, you got to try them in flesh. So the war is also a physical war because, like His Majesty said, is a spiritual and material balance. So we might not be warring with like guns and bombs, but whatever we're doing that is right to help our people them, like what Dr. Rikana is doing, calling for the children out of the West, the diaspora, you know, is is a war. She's fighting a war.
Like what we're doing right now, my lad.
Exactly. See, so the war is in flesh same way. Because the spirit them there in flesh. We the spirit them in flesh of right. And then they got the spirit them in flesh of wrong.
Well,
That's
everything
why
manifests into flesh.
that's it. That. My Lord and Empress, bless the Lord.
Honor, majesty. We coming down to this sacrifice, 6 bells coming in. So if anyone have any points can bring up. If not, priest Knuckles, you could have give you the closing prayer. But freedom, if I want to say something now.
Blessed. I soon have to work, so I want to share this one with Isaac because I want them to meditate this one. This is what I want the Father show me in my meditation. Because I was going through that name Rastafari, trying to understand how it had moved to come to Rasta man and Rasta woman. And I heard the Father tell me, Kishmet, take out the name Satan, Satan, out of Rasta man. When I did it, it lead back with the RAM, the ram, which is a sacrifice. He tell me take it out of the Rasta woman, Satan. It lead back with a worm. I want ones do it for themselves and see. So the Father was showing me is when we change from Rastafari and we start saying Rasta man and Rasta woman, that's where Satan really start entering flesh. Blessed love. I want ones to look at it and meditate on it.
Blessed love and praise. Give thanks for your insight all the time.
My Lord and Empress, my Lord.
Yes.
Bless the Lord.
Blessed.
Yeah. The last one she said when she took out of the woman, she got a worm.
What she get?
Blessed, yes, a worm. AWORM.
Well, I know there's a
A
scripture.
worm. Oh, a worm.
Yeah, worm. I think there's a scripture where I remember good, where Christ tell them he was a worm. But I will have to look again and see. I'll Google it and see. So I will meditate on what the Empress said to him.
Right. What you say they say about worm in this song? The God of Abraham. Yeah. Because our worm is friend.
This worm is in Isaiah 53, verse 5. He felt himself to be comparable to a helpless, powerless, downtrodden worm, passive while crushed for our iniquities and unnoticed and is despised by those who trod upon him.
That's all right.
Yeah,
yes, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks for
Good
that.
meditation going forward, you know. So, anyone have any seal or reasoning? even towards that, priest knuckles, they can give you the closing prayer. My Lord. The knuckles, my Lord.
Through the chair.
Yes, praise. That's
Majesty and Empress. Yeah, man, I just want to, you know, show some love to the Honorable Empress, you know, for sharing, you know, such eloquence, you know, word, sound, and power with us, you know. Manners and respect, Honorable Empress. Give thanks. Blessed love.
Give thanks, my lord, and empresses.
Yes, Empress Kismet. Hello, you always come and wow we with your breakdown of the words, you know. Yeah, man. Glorify.
Blessed, give thanks.
Rastafari. And give thanks, Prophet Jeffrey, for even writing that meditation of the feminine energy where, you know, totally in agreement. Give thanks for that suggestion, my Lord. You know, give thanks for the council elders where, you know, we have an open heart and we try listen to God in flesh. But what God tell you, Him not going to tell me. But you can tell me when Him tell you, and I can tell you Him tell me. And we are going to hear Him talking loud and clear. We give thanks to the omnipresent, omnipotent God, the Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Majesty. Yes, Honorable Priest Knuckles, you could see light up. Priest Knuckles, like him not on. Okay. Rastafari. Honorable Priest Sevens, we can give you the closing prayer, my lord.
Oh, Father, my Lord, my attention divided right now, you know.
Through the chair, Honorable Priest.
Yes, my lord.
Honorable Priest Adigan still here?
Honorable Priest Adigan, yes, he's still here.
Yes. If I don't know, I'm just suggesting still. Other Honorable Priest Adigan rise at him. Think too strong ago. I would have love him rise at him again and you know even close the settings, my lord. If so.
Give thanks for your suggestion, Honorable God. Honorable Priest Adigan, special request and popular demand.
My Lord and Empress, Princess, God and Goddess, Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Well, it was a chorus that was sung outside when ones had departed and I did come in late on the reasoning. So yeah, I will do it, you know. Yeah, because we are one in Jah spirit, you know. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah.
Rastafari.
We are one in Jah spirit, we are one in Farai. We are one in Jah spirit, we are one in Farai. And we'll be in this unity, and we will evolve, and they'll know we are Israel by our love, by our love. Yes, they'll know it. We are Israel by our love. We will walk with each other. We will talk face to face. We will walk with each other. We will talk face to face. And we'll be in this unity, and we will evolve, and they'll know we are Israel by our love, by our love. Yes, they'll know we are Israel by our love. We are one in Jah spirit. We are one in Farai. We are one in Jah spirit. We are one in Farai. And we'll be in this unity, and we will evolve, and they'll know we are Israel by our love, by our love. Yes, they'll know we are Israel by our love. One more time. We are one in Jah spirit. We are one in Farai. We are one in Jah spirit. We are one in Farai. And we'll be in this unity, and we will evolve, and they'll know we are Israel by our love, by our love. Yes, they'll know we are Israel by our love. We will walk with each other. We will talk face to face. We will walk with each other. We will talk face to face, and we'll be in this unity, and we will evolve, and they'll know we are Israel by our love. By our love, yes, they'll know we are Israel by our love. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, well,
Say,
so,
give it the seal of prayer, honorable priest.
all right, my Lord, give thanks, royal family. Yes, my Lord. Reverence universal and going out four winds universally rule over earth, sky, and sea. Glory be to our Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and never shall be, Jah were without end. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah. Rastafari, great Zion, liberty, reigneth in the house of all flesh of all people. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Yo, Lord, good and all pleasant to taste, for brethren and sisters to dwell together in peace, love, and unity. It's like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down the bed, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, as the dew that I send upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord God Rastafari commanded the blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep us and sanctify us all. Cause I know the face shine on us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari, one God for us all, the light of the world, the power of the Trinity, his own divine majesty, Empire Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, and the royal goddess Empress Many Nice, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, and Eli and I, the children, the black house of Israelite, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Peace, perfect peace in this dark world of sin. The blood of Negus whispers peace within. And if your father won't come, and your mother won't come, and your brother and each and every one won't come, peace and love we live with them. Be with them forever and ever. Amen. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
My Lord, all blessings, sanctified and blessed children, my Lord and Majesty. Blessings.
Honorable, my Lord. Bless the Lord. You want to see that chorus? That chorus me done right out already. Please